Hey, hi, hello. Good evening. Welcome to the middle of the week. Congrats for making it this far. Hope you are happy at where you're at right now, right? Hopefully there are good things coming for you up ahead. Kind of like here, where I guess we kind of hit a peak in Grid 2019. Became world champs last week, but you know what? There's still things we can do, right? Evening. Good evening to you, Molecular Shadow Fox. It is good to see you, as always. Yeah, there's still some events in the base career that can be done. By the way, your stream title still says Deep Rock Galactic. Oh my god, what? Thanks for telling me. I could have sworn I changed that. Alright, let me change that. Because, yeah, we're not playing Deep Rock Galactic Survivor anymore. It is most definitely Grid 2019. Yes. You know what? Now I think about it. No, I didn't. I changed the title. I think I, changed a few of the tags, but I did not change the game. But yeah, alright. Okay. Should be changed now. Thanks for letting me know. This is why it's good to have viewers, because they can go, hey, there's a few things off, right? It could be like, hey, your game info's off, or you're muted, or maybe it's like any other sorts of things that could be out there, right? How's things? Things are great. My week has been pretty standard so far, but you know what? that's a good week, right? A good week in any day. I keep meaning to go out and get soda, but I really haven't for some reason or another. I think it's largely because I got a whole bunch of iced tea, kind of just on the ready. Also, I did get 2 bottles of soda from my grocery run, so I got enough liquid to kind of sustain me. And barring all of that, I got drink mix. I could probably just mix together lemonade and drink that. So I'm not too. I guess I should say I'm not too antsy to get any additional drinks because I got plenty. Anyways, how are you? How are you doing tonight? But yeah, tonight in Grid 2019, we are going to check out Fernando Alonso events. I actually read up on him. Apart from being an F1 star, his relation to grids, apparently he was a big advisor on the game, kind of worked with the development team to help them get the feel of the game down. So yeah, I guess it makes sense he gets a whole section dedicated to him. So without further ado, let's jump in here. I'm gonna jump into the Fernando Alonso track and see what kinds of F1 shenanigans we can do here. Yeah, we did make a little headway into it last week. Did the first event. Now we're gonna just keep going down this line here. The Thunder Down Under 2-round race, and whoa, we're going to the Sydney Motorsport Park for both of them. I assume it will be different track configurations, but yeah. Oh, I guess it's not just all F1 cars. It's gonna be some other stuff in here, but hey, we got the car in this category. Let us go. Not too bad, thanks. Did a quick food shop today and did my prep work for the next Forza update. Took longer than I thought. Checked out the new cars and the car pack. Ooh, nice. Gotta admit, I didn't pick up any of the car packs post Car Pass launch in Horizon 5. I think I'm kind of pretty good with the cars that they got in the game currently. Not sure if any of my friends have picked up the car packs. I think one of them might have, the other one maybe not.
Hello, and thank you for joining
Even if they are mostly affordable, I don't know. You put out enough of those, right, piecemeal, and it's gonna add up. Even if it is $5, if you put out 8 packs and they're all $5 each, gotta make you think, right? For the price of 32 to 40 cars, you could probably get yourself a few other games. Oops. might get you some entertainment, but then again, that's up to the individual. Like, yeah, it's up to them to decide. Hey, will these cars help enhance their experience, or is their money better spent elsewhere? It's getting out of hand with all the car packs. I'm actually inclined to agree now. Feels like they're trying to do everything they can to just not do a car pass 2. Like, if they did like a car pass 2, I don't know. Still might have been complaints, but at the very least it would feel less like they're trying to nickel and dime the consumer base, you know? At this point, the car packs are for completionists like myself. I think that's like what it feels like at this point, right? I think, yeah. I think when we were playing like the older Forza games and we were getting like really long into kind of the release cycle, and you know, I would have like the friend who would pick up the car packs and they would go, yeah, this is mostly just so I could round out the collection, right? Also, hello, Godfather154. Welcome. It is good to see you. 4 had like 8 or 9 packs. So, okay, so it's like kind of like a similar trajectory. 5 is going like a similar trajectory.
Hello and welcome to today's event. Kristen,
Like, I don't know.
yeah, Alexis.
Still think good. It's weird, right? It's like if a game has post-launch content, like most of the time, at most, you'll see like a season pass, right? There will be the singular season pass that gets you all the post-launch content, like one nice, slightly cheaper package, which is fine and all. But very rarely do you see like a game like come out with like a season 2 pass. Like the most of the time, most I've ever seen is like in fighting games, but that kind of sort of makes sense, considering that they tend to get support for years to come, and well, it makes sense that each subsequent year might have its own pass with its own characters and stuff. I've come to rob your emotes. Well, there's plenty to go around. You can go ahead and have a set for yourself. Use them for a bit. Oh my god! First subscriber! Thank you so much, Godfather154, for the subscription. Oh. Yes, do enjoy those emotes.
Good start. Hold the lead.
I was gonna say, yeah, you get like access to the follower emotes and you'll be able to use them here, and you know, I picked 5 of them that would probably be commonly used and you can enjoy them. But yeah, now that you're subbed, hey, you get access to kind of like the whole suite of emotes. Have fun with them. Imagine that. It's another milestone done tonight. My first subscriber. Yeah, we're raving, huh? Yeah, we're raving. Wave those light sticks. Gonna be partying tonight. If it was me, instead of doing car packs, I'd focus on making the game stable and adding those quality of life features that are needed. That's always a consideration. I can't imagine that they're not hard at work on that. There's got to be like at least some sub team out there that is trying to, you know, squash the bugs they can. But I have to imagine at this stage, probably a good amount of the team at Playground is hard at work at the next Horizon game, right? Certainly doesn't feel great when there's still issues with the game and, you know, they keep on releasing, you know, extra DLC. Especially since, you know, they're kind of like under a company that probably has like a ton of money to spare. You imagine Forza's it's like one of Microsoft Xbox's kind of tentpole franchises. They probably have lots of support thrown at them, so certainly feels weird if there are certain issues that are still outstanding. Certainly understand that. I swore you beat all the grids already. Well, I guess I can consider I've beaten Grid 2019 at least. I got through the World Series, but you know, there's still events here. There's got the Fernando Alonso track, and I got the invitationals as well, and I want to at least like go through those. So yeah. As for Autosport, unfortunately, unless I get like a key somewhere, I'm probably gonna be out of luck for playing that game because I don't really have it anywhere, and it's been delisted everywhere, so no chance on playing that. And Legends, that is coming down the line. I will definitely be playing Grid Legends at some point. Maybe not right away, but yeah, that's in the future. Yeah, 6 is in development, and they're still doing playlists for 4. You can imagine they're splitting. They got their attention split between quite a few things then, right?
And we're heading into the final round now.
Admittedly, 4 probably isn't too hard because you know, it's just playlists. It's not like a 5 where they're doing some map tweaks like they are in 5. We all know what happens when you spread yourself too thin. Oh, yeah, that's true. Then again, I imagine kind of keeping 4 maintained probably isn't too much work now, and if they're switching to like a kind of a rotational event model for 5, then they're probably winding things down at that. And in that regard as well. It's all about the transition, right? Don't want to switch things up abruptly, I guess. There we go. The thunder down under. I wonder if that's a reference to the Men at Work song.
And we're heading into the
I
final
come
round
from a
now.
land down under.
All be decided. Kristen, tell me what
Can't you hear that thunder? You better run, you better take cover. I used to listen to that song a lot. I actually have an MP3 of it. It's like part of my playlist. It's the random playlist of like all the songs that I like that I will play in situations. Heard that euphemism so many times at cons. Yeah, you know what? I can imagine the context at which you would use a thunder down under. Yeah. Yep. It's one of those songs that's on the soundtrack of life. Certainly feels like it. One of the things I used to do, like when I was on a forum, I would just like do musical reference pop quiz, and one of the questions I would ask is, right, you're in Australia, you go up to a local, you ask if they speak your language, or wait, no, you're a native of Australia. Someone comes up to you and asks if you speak their language. What do you do? And the answer I would be looking for was, just smile and give him a Vegemite sandwich, right? Because that's the lyric. That's part of the lyrics, right? He just smiled and handed me a Vegemite sandwich. And he said, I come from a land down under, etc., etc. Yeah, you know how that goes. That and Queens Don't Stop Me Now. Oh! Yeah, that is for sure, too. Right? Just having a good time. You're on a ball. Or you're having a ball. Yeah. Certainly one of the Queen songs that doesn't get as much airtime as the more famous ones, but it's a good catchy piece.
Keep that lead intact.
I remember the first time I heard that. I didn't even realize it was a Queen song at first. And when I realized it was a Queen song, I'm just thinking, yup. Yeah, this actually fits their style. And the singer, yes, that sounds a lot like Mercury. Yeah, there are a lot of Queen songs I'm just like, I really enjoy. Right, there are obvious ones like "We Will Rock You" and I guess "We Are the Champions." I also like another one, "Bites the Dust," and oh, "Bicycle," right? "Bicycle." That's always a fun one. Don't want to worry about all the troubles of the world. Just want to ride my bicycle, man. When you think about it, it's like, it almost feels kind of impactful, right? It's like, imagine that from like the perspective of a kid. It's like, oh man, there's so much stuff going on in the world, but goddamn, I just want to ride a bicycle. Is that too much to ask for? Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. 7 Seas of Rye. There we go. Thunder Down Under is complete. We certainly struck. We actually struck twice in the same area. Hold on. Wait, did they intend for that meaning as well? I mean, I know it's like actually lightning that, you know, is not supposed to strike in the same place twice, but, you know, 2 events in the same area, and, you know, you could possibly win them twice, and, you know, kind of like you struck twice in that Australian circuit. I mean, they said down under also because Australia, but, you know, maybe I'm giving them too much credit. I don't know. There we go. Another event done. Oh, now we're going to the UK. Okay. Silverstone and Brands Hatch. Oh, wow. We got our pick of, like, 2 Grid Edition cars. Are we a fan of Porsche? You know, no, I'm picking Porsche. I mean, Ford is fine, but I like... Porsche's got that class, you know? What a legend frontman Freddy was. They missed a chance to have AC/DC's Thunderstruck playing for that event. Oh my god. Would have been fitting. That would have been absolutely fitting. Yes. They would have been thunderstruck. That's another thing I like to do, right? Anyone brings up, like, I don't know, getting struck some way or another, I just go, "You've been thunderstruck," and then I might like do like an attempt at the guitar riff. Yeah, band from Australia playing a song that has thunder in the title would have fit immensely. Alas, musical licenses probably got in the way of that. Two Cellos did an amazing cover of Thunderstruck. Whoa! I do enjoy that kind of thing where a group might take a song and then kind of adapt it to a different genre. If two cellos is the orchestral duo I think they are, then imagine that rendition of Thunderstruck. Probably is pretty great. Imagine just one cello just you know, going nuts with the guitar part, and other cello just going nuts with the bass part. Maybe drums, right? Drums and bass. Gotta provide the rhythm. Yup. All right. Just as I thought. Video is cool too, just rocking out wearing period Baroque outfits. Oh man. That's gotta be cool. Especially if they're just like really into it and just, you know, just going nuts, right? Just see them going wild with their emotions and everything. Really lay into the performance there. Just give everyone a spectacle. All right, now I gotta look that up. I gotta check that out. That seems like something I would really enjoy. The band that keeps bow makers in business forever. Probably go through quite a few of them. Man, maintaining a string instrument, that's got to be quite the challenge, right? You got to make sure that every part of that is well maintained. You got to keep those strings in tune. You got to make sure you know, your other implements are up to the business as well. Yeah, got to keep that bow. Make sure it's not like starting to fray or anything like that. Or, you know, if you're using a guitar, make sure your pick is well maintained. You know, not broken or anything like that. It's a lot of maintenance for guitars, at least. Oh, I can imagine. I guess you also have to make sure it's like cleaned and sturdy at all other spots too, right? You can't just look at the strings, look at the guitar pick, and call it a day. You have to look at every aspect of the instrument. Yeah, I played trumpet back in the day, and yeah, let me tell you, making sure that all the valves were properly lubricated and that you know, the instrument was cleared of the fluids after each session. And even then, you would have to go through every now and then and give it a nice deep cleaning to make sure that it doesn't get all funky after a while. Because, you know, you're blown into that thing, and it's inevitably you're gonna need to clean it out, right? Let me tell you, the smell that comes out of a brass instrument after like a lot of human saliva has gone through it, it ain't. It sure is a smell that will stick with me for a while. Have to lemon oil the neck and fretboard to keep it in tune. Oh, and keep it in tune and all that. Yeah. Make sure the strings are at the right tightness. Make sure they're still, you know, they're not fraying or anything like that. Have to adjust the truss rod too, cause the neck can bow when it's abandoned for a long time. Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Good start. Hold the lead.
It's like why instrument cases tend to have those really cushioned cases, right? Everything has like the mold that you can fit all the parts into snugly, just to help it maintain its shape for longer. Because, you know, you like prop it up in the corner of a closet somewhere, and it's eventually gonna kind of mold itself to the environment, right? Even metal kind of just you know, will bend and kind of like fit itself to where it's standing after a while, right? Oh, hello, Big Juicy. Yes, welcome, and thanks for checking me out. Like is that the Party Animals emote? The Party Animals dog pop emote that they added? And I remember that game was, it was like, it was trending for like a little bit. I don't see many people play it now. Kind of a shame, because that game's like online only, so probably highly dependent on having that player base. Those beginner guitars need a lot of setup before they're playable. I can imagine. Not only to just like get it in tune, but to make sure the player gets acclimated to how the instrument works and get a feel for it. So that way they can play it on the fly and not have to worry about making sure they got the right positions and everything.
Listen up. Hold the lead. Last lap.
They can't hold a tune for crap out of the box. Your typical 100 to 200 pound Amazon special. Oh, yeah. You get what you pay for and all that, right? Yeah, I think I remember the trumpet that I got after my parents decided to hand me down for my older brother was probably not that great anymore. Was a fairly cheap-ass trumpet from a warehouse store. I don't know. It worked well enough for me being in grade school, I guess. Shrug. I don't have much more to say than that. Because I didn't pursue musical... I didn't do any musical pursuits after high school. Can see you with a Chrome Azure Blue custom one. Ooh, that would be pretty sick. Can you just imagine that? Ooh, maybe if I were to disguise myself as a bard, perhaps get myself a nice, I don't know, instrumenter style outfit, and pretend I'm just playing the horns on the city corner. Or, you know, I might be like in a tavern trying to whip up a song on the fly. Although that is absolutely not my specialty, being able to do things on the fly. Imagine custom instruments are probably like wickedly expensive though. Hey, you know what? Maybe that'll be that'll be something I put on the short list for things I get art commissions for. Hey, draw me in like a bard class style outfit, playing a horn in a tavern. Busking in a tavern for beer money. Or at least for me, I'd probably be like apple cider money or something like that. Actually reminds me of an old story, or maybe it's like an old joke, where someone comes into a bar, asks the barkeeper, "All right, what do you got on the menu?" It's like, "How much is this drink?" And then the bartender goes, "It's like, I don't know, $8." And then the customer goes, "All right, how much is this?" And then the barkeeper goes, "It's $5." And then the customer goes, "Dang, what's the cheapest thing here?" And the barkeeper just says, "You!" I'm like, "Ah! Got him!" Boom! Just like that. I'm sure with some practice I could join you on the custom black and red loot. Ooh, yeah. Get ourselves a little musical troupe going here. Yeah. Sounds like a good setup. We'd be like the folks who appear in every tavern to like sing the tales of the heroes and the exploits they've been up to. The Wandering Bards, yeah. You know what always amused me? In like some games I see that have like a job or a class system, for some reason whenever Bard is like a promotion of the Archer, just makes me wonder, like, what is the progression for that? Is it because, I don't know, people expect Bards to also use bows or something? Just seems weird to me, because, you know, archers tend to be, at the very least, when you see like an archer in a fantasy work, they're all about, you know, the outdoors, being stealthy, tracking foes and stuff like that. And bards are like very much not that. I don't know. Like if there was like a split promotion maybe, and in addition to a bard promoted class, they also had like a more standard ranger promoted class or hunter promoted class, then maybe it would make a little bit more sense. But if bard's like the only promotion from archer, it feels funny. Maybe they think that because most bards have a harp, they're good with bowstrings. Yeah, I could see that. Or maybe they could have like an instrument that doubles as a bow or something like that. Obviously, not realistic, but if we're talking fantasy, then you could probably afford to bend a few rules here and there, right? Oh no. I let him get ahead of me. That's okay, I got 2.5 laps with which to kind of catch up to them. Or Russo. Uh-oh. I knew the penalty was going to come up at some point. I spent an uncomfortably long time off track at that other section. It was only a matter of time before they started dinging me for it. A loot that transforms into a custom crossbow. That sounds like pretty cool. It'll transform in weapon. It's like a fancier hunting horn for Monster Hunter. You swap it out, right? You transform it into loot mode to give your party buffs, and then you transform it back into crossbow mode to lay out the DPS for your team, the ranged deep physical DPS. Kind of reminds me of, I don't remember the title anymore, but there's like an old old movie I watched that was like set in medieval times, and I always found it funny because they had a lot of people wield crossbows, and it felt like that movie was kind of using them as a medieval gun equivalent, because they would always be used in like terms of assassinating people, right? You see like a couple dudes just like walk up with crossbows, and then they shoot the king, and then just, you know, beat feet and get out of there. Like how you might imagine a modern day assassin walking up to a bigwig with like a silenced pistol, capping them, and then making themselves scarce. It kind of felt like that.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
It was like they were kind of one-to-one transposing crossbows with silenced pistols. It was interesting. If only they had those cool-looking compound bows back then. If only. You know, I always found a bow weapon, like, in video games at least, to be pretty funny. So imagine, like, most of the time, the functionality doesn't change too much, right? You're always gonna have the solid part, and then the string from which you let loose the arrows. And all of the changes tend to come from the solid part, right? They get fancier and fancier with their designs. Whereas with the sword, it feels like, I don't know, it's a lot, I guess it's just a lot easier to imagine swords just becoming a lot more powerful by appearance, because you can just make them more edgy, have them change the, like, the way the blade looks, and give them all sorts of fancy, cool-looking effects and everything. It's rough as hell using a bow on Chivalry. Can imagine. But you do get flaming arrows. That I will agree with. One of the things I usually like about the Archer class is that they do get all sorts of cool like trick arrow style skills usually. Yeah, most of the time it's like, hey, you get fire arrows, but some other games might even let them get fancier. They might have like electric arrows and ice arrows and maybe like bolo arrows and maybe arrows with like bomb tips or something like that. They start becoming like a green arrow in that regard, or Hawkeye, you know, whichever one you're more a fan of. Like Rambo with the explosive arrowheads. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Ooh, a one-rounder, and we're going back to F1 mode here. I just realized that car is a Jedi. This is straight up just says Jedi. I wonder if that's deliberate. It has to be deliberate, right? Named it after the Star Wars kind of space lightsaber wielding group. Ooh, I just remember like a funny arrow that I wish were more prevalent. The Thief series has an arrow that's like a water arrow, which tends to be useful because you can use it to put out distant torches, so that's pretty cool. And it's like the kind of thing that you know, you wish more games had, right? Some way to put out torches from a distance, if you can put out torches at all. Eagle and Killer Instinct is handy with a bow. Ooh. Incidentally, I think I was watching like an Ultra combo compilation for Killer Instinct 2013. They had like everyone's Ultra combo and their background music, so you got to hear how it all fit together. And yeah, Eagle's Ultra was pretty sick, as is everyone's was, but yeah. Yeah, fighting game archers tend to be pretty rad, because it's like, they can quickly swap between CQC and just like, you know, shooting things with their bow, right? They're pretty quick with just let loose some arrows in the opponent's face. You know, that takes mad skills. Granted, some characters tend to have it more justified than others, like Grand Blue Fantasy Versus also has an archer character, but she uses magic arrows, so you can at least imagine how she would be able to quickly load an arrow and then shoot it at her enemies, right? I've seen that. Makes it so much better with the announcer yelling, right? It's good enough when they yell Ultra Combo, but you get like the double Ultra, you pull that off, and the announcer just goes absolutely nuts. He just, Ultra! He's like, can't think of anything else. He's just completely hyped from the absolute spectacle, the absolute display of showmanship at the end of the match there. I also remember there were some stages that have like a stage Ultra as well, and they used to not announce that, but then they eventually put in like an announcement for that, so now the announcer will go Stage Ultra if you manage to do the Ultra combo at the right spot in the stage, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I know Arias has one with the office window. That one's pretty fun. You see him like just fall down like a billion stories until they hit the ground and freaking explode. Personally, I'm a fan of the one in the TJ combo stage, where you uppercut them and they just get hit by a wrecking ball, and then your character just like does a funky pose, while your opponent just falls into a billboard and explodes in a shower of sparks. It's so absurd that I can't help but smile at it. It's so silly. Anyways, this is a run rounder, so we're pretty much done with this one. Would love to see TJ go one-on-one with Balrog. Heh, if only. Sure, TJ would be able to take Balrog's fight money. Comes to combos, Killer Instinct kind of does them pretty long, and they're pretty brutal. Oh, this will be a 3-rounder. High speed. Glacius versus Sub-Zero. Scorpion versus, oh crap, why don't I remember his name? Cinder! Yeah, that's him. Ooh, excuse me, I'm gonna get some water. Guess Jago versus Liu Kang and Ryu, since they're like, you know, the punch kick nomad type characters. And then Orchid, Sonya, Chun-Li, or kind of like the for the co-star type fight. Battle the poster boys. Haha, you're right. I was just typing that when you said it. That's the brain cell at work right there. What about a battle of the big boys? We could have Goro versus I think his name is Idol. It's like the two-headed ogre guy. Versus Saberwolf versus John Talbane. Yeah, that's a good one. Battle of the werewolves. Guess if we have that, we could also have like Mira versus Nuts. What was Darkstalker's vampire's name?
And here we are for the first round, Kristen. How you feeling about this one?
Pretty good, Alex.
It looks like things are about to get underway.
Yeah, we could have those two. And, oh. Guess might as well have like a battle of final bosses as well, right? Give us M. Bison versus Shao Kahn versus Gargos. Gargos. Yeah, put them all together. The Mummy Guy and Killer Instinct, I forget his name, versus Antichrist. Oh, that's a good one too. I think his name was Khan Ra, if I remember correctly. I think it was like Khan something, at least.
Good start. Hold the lead.
I do think it's like pretty wild that Killer Instinct 2013 added like so many new characters to the cast, but it made them all work. It made them all feel like they fit. I wouldn't say there's a character introduced in 2013 that feels out of place. I think it helps that someone kind of said, yeah, you know, this is probably works pretty well if you just add in like horror character archetypes, right? Like, you know, you just add the stringy-haired ghost girl, you add the sentient golem, you add a mummy, of course, a vampire, a spider person, and it all surprisingly works out. They did it well. They did it well in that regard. They're all well-rounded and are memorable. Yes, 100%. Like, even the characters who return managed to stand out. Right? They managed to become a bit more unique. They don't just feel like 3D models in form-fitting clothing. Oh, Fulgor versus Sentinel. Oh, yeah. There you go. That's one right there. And maybe we just throw Cyrax and Sector in there as well. Or Triborg. Or Cyber Sub-Zero. Or like maybe all four of them. Although Triborg is kind of covers them all. Which they never brought back after Mortal Kombat 10. I think I mentioned it already, but I'm kind of bummed that they didn't really do like a Mortal Kombat Dream Match game after the events of 11. And I just went straight into 1. I wish they'd at least had like an in-between game. I don't know. I think people might have enjoyed a Dream Match game, right, with the cast of 9 to 11. Well, they could still probably do it. From what I've seen of the plot, right, the direction Mortal Kombat 1 takes, they could probably still do a Dream Match game if they wanted. I'm hoping at least at some point they consider it, because I don't know. It feels like people would like it, and it would be pretty easy money. As much as I hate to say it, it would be easy money for them. Also, you could throw in Huitzil Phobos in there too from Darkstalkers. Ah. They could have done it like King of Fighters Unlimited Match, just have loads of characters and go nuts with the dream matchups. Yeah! Yeah, it's kind of like the conceit of the dream match game. Right, you just bring in every character from the past, right? Canon be damned. Just let everyone kind of do the fights that they've been waiting for. If I remember correctly, that was like actually the subtitle of the game, but they kind of kept it around because, you know, Dream Match kind of describes it well. It's the match of your dreams. It's the kind of thing you want to see happen, and you'll be able to make it happen. Yeah, we haven't had a dream match style game for Mortal Kombat since Armageddon. Right, that was their last attempt, and admittedly, I don't think a lot of people were very receptive to it, despite what it was trying to do. Maybe that's why they haven't gone back to it, because Armageddon was such a was like very lukewarmly received. I don't know. I feel like the NetherRealm studios of today would be able to do a much more competent style of game if they were to go that route. That's why we have the Boss Battle series on YouTube, yeah. That and Death Battle. Trilogy. Oh man, I forgot. Yeah, you're right. That too. Forgot about that. Yeah, Trilogy and Armageddon. Armageddon was like decades ago at this point. Surely we're kind of right. It's a good time as any to put one out. Then again, with the way one plays out, they could probably do something like that. I don't know. Just give us like Mortal Kombat Infinity or something. I don't know. Okay, why are these mofos harder to catch? They're actually getting ahead of me even. Oh my god. I guess the one hang-up point would be all the guest characters that we've had from Mortal Kombat 9 to Mortal Kombat 1. That's got to be a licensing nightmare. Definitely no guarantee that they would all come back, but one would hope they would try to bring back as many as possible. Or at the very least, bring back all the horror icons. That way we can finally have our Freddy versus Jason in a fighting game match. Like, I don't know, I guess I could take or leave RoboCop, Rambo, Joker, what have you. But at least give us the guests from 9 and 10. You know what the unfortunate thing is? I think I remember reading somewhere that Ash Williams was supposed to be a DLC character for Mortal Kombat 11. Like, to the point where when they were like doing the DLC teaser for early on for 11, they had something in there that was like supposed to be a reference to the Evil Dead, but I guess talks for that fell through, so they had to put in another DLC character. I forget who replaced Ash Williams, but man, that could have been something decent, I think. We need an official game that was like that fan game, that was a tournament fighter using icons from horror films. I remember seeing that being played like a while back. It was like one of the groups I used to watch regularly. They would do a fighting game every Friday night. And I think one of the nights they played a game that was kind of like that, like a horror movie icons fighter. I forget if they used like the actual horror movie icons or if they used, you know, close pastiches to them. But it was pretty cool nonetheless that someone would go out of their way to develop something like that. What would you feature in that kind of game, anyway? I mean, seeing with some of the roster will probably be easy enough. All you have to do is look at the DLC list for Mortal Kombat and probably Dead by Daylight as well. So yeah, you definitely have someone like, say, Jason Voorhees, Freddy Krueger, Alien, Xenomorph from Alien, Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Gotta have Chucky in there. Yeah, Chucky. That for sure. Gotta have Chucky in there. Oh, Predator as well. It's not strictly horror, but I don't know. I think it's thriller enough, and you got Xenomorph in there. Why not put in Predator as well? Oh man. Oh, Michael Myers. Alright, gotta have Michael Myers in there. Could add the Predalien. Wait, that's a thing? A Predalien? Is it like a crossbreed of a predator and an alien? Or yeah, whatever species predators are, I forget what they're called. The Yujita? Yajuita? Something like that. Yeah, in AVP Requiem, they had a Predator-Alien hybrid. Oh, so this is like a lab-grown thing. Those sorts of things always amuse me, because it just makes me wonder, which scientist in their right mind would think, yes, we need to cross a Xenomorph and a Predator together. Surely this is going to be good for something. I don't know. Chestburster came out of a Predator and was a hybrid. That was the last scene of the OG AVP. Yeah, that would be something to end the movie on, right? There's your sequel hook. Oh man, if you thought aliens and predators were scary enough on their own, imagine them combined together. It's like, boom, smash the credits. Gotta admit, though, anytime I think of Chestburster, I can't help but think that's just gonna put on a top hat, pull out a cane at some point, and start singing, "Hello, my baby, hello, my honey, hello, my ragtime gal." Spaceball scene will forever be stuck in my head, is what I'm saying. Man, that was a long one. We'd have to have Pinhead too in this game. Oh yeah, Pinhead! How could I forget him? Yes, absolutely. Gotta have Pinhead in there. Who else? Who else would fit? I don't know, is Jack Frost iconic enough? Or maybe he could be like one of those out of left field picks, right? Introducing our next character right after I announce like Jason, Freddy, Xenomorph, and all the other people you would expect. And also, Jack Frost! The resident ice character. Or I guess it would be Snow. Be very Sub-Zero-esque in his moveset, if I imagine. Ah, Art the Clown from Terrifier. Hey, there's another left field pick for you right there. And yeah, you gotta have a clown. Gotta have some sort of clown. So yeah, if you need to fill a clown slot, then Art would be a good one.
Oh, it won't be happy with that.
Oof, I need to rewind that. Goddamn. Felt like I was stuck on their back for a good long while there.
Stop, let's rein it in. Push them over the edge here.
This is a 3-lapper. Really out of left field would be the killer clowns from outer space. Oh my god. You're 100% right about that. Yeah. You know, that's like one of the films I actually watched. Back when I was doing like a movie night with my friends group, that was like one of the movies they put up for us. It's definitely very, very goofy, very cheesy. So absurd, you can't help but laugh at it. Schlocky as hell, but so entertaining. Yeah, it was. It was. If I remember correctly, there's a company out there that's like actually making a video game for it. Actually making a video game based off of that. Which seems wild. Of all the things to make a video game adaptation, you pick killer clowns from outer space. Well, if they really lean into like the cheese factor, then it'll probably be good, right? Imprisoned in candy floss, yeah. Jeez, is becoming like the nemesis also make them just more cracked at racing? They're finding every moment they can to just get by me here. Goddamn. Oof. Just as cheesy as the Blob. Okay, I'll be okay. Or the Stuff. Actually, I have not heard of the Stuff. I had to imagine that's like another Blob type movie. Just imagine the Stuff being this amorphous thing. Probably grown in a lab that just went out of control. It's now terrorizing the world. Or at least, you know, an unsuspecting rural town in USA. Yeah, it's like this living type ice cream. You eat it and you can't stop. Well, that's just great. I'm kind of glad I haven't heard of this movie, and I have not watched it either because, holy crap. Can only imagine, right, after I watched that movie, I probably wouldn't be eating ice cream for a while, that's for sure. Right, even if it is, like, completely fake and cheesy as all heck, it would still make me paranoid of ice cream. That's just how I am. Have you had any movies that have, like, that sort of profound effect on you? Like, even if you weren't, like, normally wary of a thing before, right, you watch a movie and suddenly you just become very, very wary of the thing? I actually saw a tweet on Twitter that was talking about, Final Destination. And, they said they watched the one Final Destination. I think that started with a log truck accident. And now, anytime they drive, they never stay behind log trucks. It's like, yup, that's the kind of effect it can have on you. I think someone in the replies also said, yeah, I saw that my travel group, when we were studying abroad, they started up Final Destination 1, and we were going to go on a flight tomorrow, so I just left the room. I'm like, yes, as you probably should if that kind of stuff would throw you for a loop. God damn. Yes, Final Destination 3 put me off roller coasters for a long time. Scared me off tanning beds too, even though I don't use them, just the thought of being cooked alive in one. Yeah! Final Destination especially, since, you know, there's no sorts of, you know, there's no creature coming after you. This is all stuff that could happen, right? Granted, it's like a very Rube Goldberg kind of contraption, and, you know, requires like a zillion factors to all be in the right spot, but still, the very fact that, you know, this is all things that at least are grounded in some semblance of reality. It would shake a person. Imagine it would shake a lot of people. Yeah, just minding your own business at a drive-thru and then get an engine block through the back of your head. Or, you know, you're like in a field, right? Just in the field, and suddenly a barbed wire fence just, you know, just flies right through you. Yeah. Yeah. Sure, maybe not all of them were plausible, right? Some of them were clearly there for the spectacle. I think it was like something I noticed in Final Destination 2. There were a ton of explosions. Just like a unreasonably high number of explosions. It's really stood out to me. And for a while, it was like a little running joke of mine that each subsequent Final Destination would just have way more explosions. To the point, right, where you get to something like, say, Final Destination 6, and there would be like an explosion every minute or so, because that's how many explosions there were. Yeah, no, it was just a personal thing of mine. Seriously, there were like a lot of explosions Final Destination 2.
Hey everybody, you've been making a lot of noise out there. But can you make some noise once more for Kristen?
Oh yeah, the gym one that got you too, yeah. Again, it's like a very Rube Goldberg-esque setup with the way the fan that blows on the powder, and then, right, you're just on the bounce beam at the wrong time, and then, you know, stuff just happens, and then, well... I got my eye on you, and she gets a stone in the eye from a lawnmower. Okay. That one feels like they might have been trying to take some of the impact off of the clearly squeamish happenings there. Sort of ironic one-liner that happens before someone buys the farm in a gruesome way.
So now we turn our attention to Kristen, our expert on all things motorsport. Okay, sorry. We are about to get started.
Oh, the swimming pool one was awful for me when he got stuck in the filter. Oh my god. Yeah, that would be pretty scary too. Getting trapped underwater when you got like a very limited supply of air. And you know, you're gonna end up going through that very quickly because you're spending a lot of it trying to get yourself free. But yeah, that one would be frightening. Yeah, trying to hold your breath and panicking at the same time. Gotta be something you're super mindful of. Kind of thing that would kind of swerve you away from ever getting near a vent or like a little hole in the pool, like ever. Like, don't get near those. What if they suck you in? Similar thing happened here a few years ago. Girl got her hair caught in the filter. Oh, jeez. Alright, yeah. Huh. I don't want to think any more about that. Just, any sorts of hair-related accident. No, that shit goes south, like, super quick, and rather gruesomely, too. Like, On another note, did you check out like the Pokemon Direct? There's a Pokemon Direct that happened on Tuesday. I think people were having quite a few predictions about that. I saw some people hoping that there would be like Gen 5 remakes, and I think that was like the big thing actually. People were expecting Gen 5 remakes because it would be like the appropriate time in the cycle for them. We already got like a mainline Pokemon game. They did their subsequent year of DLC, and if the cycle held true, it would have been a Gen 5 remake. But then they kind of threw a curveball, right? They threw a fast one at us. They announced Pokemon Legends A to Z. And most shockingly of all, they're going back to Kalos. Perhaps one of the most neglected regions of the Pokemon series. So all they ever had was X and Y. So for them to come out with like Legends Z to A, it's wild. And the fact that they call it Pokemon Z as well makes people hope that maybe right, Generation 6 will finally get the Pokemon Z that they should have gotten 11 years ago. I don't know. From the way they're doing things, this might become like an anthology series, right? The way Pokemon Legends Arceus was this like open world game with sorts of different catching mechanics and the tweaked battle system. It looks like Z to A is going to take place entirely in one city. So I saw some people hoping it would go for like a Dragon style type of game flow where you're kind of just like running around doing missions, I guess, with Pokemon battles in there. But yeah, I'm pretty excited. Of course, you know, we'll have to wait to see how the gameplay plays out, but the premise at least has my attention. All I want is a black and white remake. You and a lot of people. I saw a lot of... That was like the biggest prediction coming into the Pokemon Direct. People were expecting black-white remakes, but... I guess they might want to have that cooking for a little bit longer. Maybe we'll see Legends Z to A come out, and then maybe they'll go to black-white. You know, black-white remake. I know that generation is, like, especially beloved amongst a ton of people. Not... It's, like, more because of the story than the setting. It was, like, the one generation where the games kind of took a bunch of risks, right? A bunch of shakeups to the standard sort of Pokemon story formula. And the characters in them too also were like pretty subversive for the series as well. And then the extra versions they did for it were also unprecedented, right? Because before it was always the third version, right? A singular third version with maybe a few enhancements here and there. But for Black-White, they just went, nah, screw that, we're making Black 2, White 2. You know, it takes place a little bit after Black-White. And you definitely get to see a sense of progression in the Unova region. The Unova region was always my fave. I've heard a lot of people say good things about it. I think I have like an unopened copy of Black 2 kind of sitting around somewhere. It wasn't White 2, I don't remember. I'm guessing at this point it wouldn't be too hard to, you know, play Black, White, Black 2, White 2 by other means. Yo ho ho. The TV series for those games was my fave too. Oh yeah, the anime also mixed things up too, right? Because they made Jesse and James like scarily competent in that series, and like the companions were a break from the mold as well. Because I remember, right, the past two anime series, Ash would always travel with like the female trainer lead from that region, but they switched things up, and Ash went back to traveling with two gym leaders from that region. Sounds like pretty cool. I forget, which generation did they start like having him change his clothes whenever he went to a new region? Was that actually that might have started in Hoenn. I think that might have started in Hoenn. Change his outfit every time he entered a new area. I wish they'd kept Dawn, though. Not a fan of Iris. That's kind of the thing, right? Once he's done traveling with the locals, he has to say goodbye, and then they part ways, and then he gets new traveling companions. I guess it made it a bit of a bummer when he went to like the XY region, and then he was right back to traveling with the female trainer lead. I think the funniest thing about all of those anime series is that the trainer leads who Ash doesn't travel with, they kind of only make cameos, right? You might see him for like a very, very brief moment, but that's really it. Right, you don't ever see Brendan or Lucas or Hilbert and Hilda and the Black 2, White 2 leads, and
Hold the lead, last lap.
The guy from XY. Paul, aka Mr. Grumpy Pants, aka their dig at the people who play meta, which is actually everyone. I always found that amusing, right? Because the general feel for the Pokemon series is that, you know, they're sentient animals, and you can't just treat them like, you know, a ball of stats. And then the Pokemon games themselves, well, you kind of treat the Pokemon like a big ball of stats. Right. Like, you can... I'm sure we all know the person who has, like, a zillion Pokemon eggs, and they're hatching them all to get that one Pokemon with the right ability and some really good stats and all that. It's kind of the thing you gotta do if you want to be competitive. But it's like the kind of thing that the other series, like say the anime series, kind of extol against, right? It's just an amusing thing, that's all. Certainly don't mind one way or another. If people just want to roll with the mons they get, that's cool. If other people want to train up that perfect mon, that's also cool. It's whatever brings them joy. Yeah, the Asian Tour Part 2. Remember that guy Tobias that had all legendary Pokemon in that tournament? Oh yeah, he's like the guy that showed up just to make Ash lose so that he wouldn't get a region title. Because clearly we can't have Ash having good things now, right? He basically existed just to curb stomp. If I remember correctly, like Darkrai was one of his Pokemon. That's normally one that would be banned in like an official tournament. Yeah, rocked up with a Darkrai and Latios. Latios, I think, is allowed in some tournaments, but yeah, Darkrai is just straight up out. He was, I think this is what people would call like the Diabolus Ex Machina. He's there just to maintain status quo in like the worst way possible. They did Ash dirty so bad there. I remember a lot of people saying that. This guy who just shows up to curb stomp Ash into the dirt. I don't think he had any relevance beyond that. Just came in, kicked his ass, and left because he's like, my job here is done. Pieces out. One match was never seen again. That's what I thought. Yeah, I think people still bring it up these days every now and then just to say how bullshit it is. Certainly don't blame them, because, yeah. Feels like the writers were just trying to find an out. They couldn't find a better way than, hey, just have Guy show up and kick his butt. Yeah, I think Ash's, like, big losing streak was so well known that it actually made the news when he actually won a tournament, if I remember correctly, right? There was that one regional tournament that he actually won. The articles just popped up everywhere. Oh my god, Ash actually won! You actually won something! Can win at gyms, but can't win tournaments to save his life. Well, considering that the universe seems to have it out for him when he does enter a regional tournament. Kinda understandable. Now, I know the anime is like stopped following Ash after a long while. I don't remember if it's because like Ash decided to retire from Pokemon Travels or something else, but I know they're following like a new set of characters now. I wonder how that's going. It's gotta be going alright. At least appreciate they're trying to switch gears after a good long while. Most useless trainer goes to Bianca. It's from Black White, right? If I remember correctly, her whole backstory was that her parents were against her becoming a trainer, if I remember correctly. Yeah, okay. How can they continue without their poster boy and poster Pokemon? Well, after a certain point, imagine they want to mix things up. I mean, Ash has been the main character for what? Almost 20 years, maybe over 20 years. I think by that point. Well, I wouldn't blame him for trying to switch things up. Pikachu must be ungodly levels by now, right? That was a running joke amongst my friends and me. We go, yeah, it's probably like a level 1000 Pikachu at this point. Yeah, hopefully it won't be like a case where they try like new protagonists, but it ends up not panning out, so they just bring Ash out of retirement. That would be a bummer. Because I really do appreciate them trying to mix things up. Honestly, I kind of wish Pokemon were a bit more of an anthology series. Right? Ash was like only the star of the Kanto arc, and then once the Kanto tournament concludes one way or another. Right, we go to Gold Silver, and then we start following like Gold Silver pro tags on their own journey. You know, rinse and repeat. I wonder if things might have been different if they had gone in that direction instead.
Hey everybody, you've been making a lot of noise out there, but can you make some noise once more for Kristen? Fantastic. Okay, it looks like the race is about to start.
I forgot that was like a whole ass qualifier, not the race itself.
Starting the action going into turn 1.
I know Paul came back as a gym leader. Oh man, how did that go? It would actually be kind of neat if he were more humble. Maybe still a bit of an optimizer, but not quite as bad as he was during his heyday. It was a one-episode cameo. Ah, okay. Like a nod to the older watchers. Like, hey, yeah, you remember this guy from a while back? Here we go again. Yeah, I know you do that with, like, other characters, too. Right? Who are, like, traveling partners in the older series. They'll bring them back for, like, an episode or two. Strongest Ursaring I've ever seen, and Electivire. Ah. Imagine he's still on that stat optimization thing then, right? At the very least, he made sure the effort values were all in the right place. Man, that will always kind of amaze me, right? The hidden mechanics of Pokemon that kind of actually, that if you know them, you can actually use them to your advantage and try to tweak out your Pokemon even further. But if you're not into it, then you don't have to worry about it too much. But it's kind of funny how the way the game itself will try to allude to these sorts of more hidden values, but never outright say what they are. Right? They'll allude to say certain items that might affect your effort values in some way or another, but they won't outright say, yes, this is for the effort values, or another item that might, like, you know, help influence the individual values in a way, but they'll never outright say, yes, this will help influence the individual values. The way they just dance around it. It's pretty amusing. I kind of get why they do it, since, you know, they're mostly marketing the series to kids, so you don't want to complicate things too much, but it is funny. Lucky egg every time for that sweet experience. That and the amulet coin. Anytime I'm in a trainer battle, always got to make sure the Pokemon holding the amulet coin comes out at least once. That way I get that double monetary prize. Even after I reach the point, right, even if I get to a point where money perhaps isn't as needed as it is, I will still keep using the amulet coin because, hey, I'm not gonna miss out on some quick, easy extra money. You know, it's like right there. All I gotta do is just swap the Pokemon out. Don't worry about anything else. They can eat it after that. I just need that money booster. Just need that money booster, man. You know, I was also curious about, like, the move Payday, because that, like, generates some money that you pick up after battle. So I think I brought a Meowth with me to, like, a few fights, and I kept using Payday to just, like, you know, get as much money as I could after every battle. But then I realized, I think, like, even if you use all the power points for Payday, you don't end up getting that much extra money, so I stopped doing it because it stretched out battles for way too long, just so I could use Payday for like 15 to 20 turns. Certainly wasn't worth the time I spent and the effort I put in for it. You know they're strong when they can take out a Pokemon out in one hit when it's not an effective move. That's kind of like the thing with the single-player story, right? Might be a deliberate design decision. Because, yeah, if all you ever do is just, like, use your starter, have them curb stomp every single battle, most of the time, can level them to a point where they can keep on stomping even if they have a type disadvantage. But you know, it's fine. It's a single player story after all, and it's not like it's affecting anyone else.
Kristen, tell me what's gonna happen.
Yeah, Alex, it's been a heated competition with some real valiant attempts at a poke.
I just find it amusing that it is such a viable thing to do. Personally, I like to build up a team. I like to build up a team of varied Mons that I kind of find in the first few routes. And I'll use that one to kind of carry me through the game. And then when I hit post-game, that's when I start building up teams proper. Or at the very least, teams of Pokemon that I like. Same, just all my faves and go nuts dominating everyone. Certainly had fun with that. Especially in Sword Shield. That was kind of like the one game where I tried to build out a team of my favorites, and then I would run around in their open world areas and challenge the trainers there. And And I would also take them to the battle tower and challenge people there. Those are fun times. It was like especially nice when, you know, the game would get like the updates that would make more Pokemon usable in Sword Shield, so you could start using other mons as well. I remember that one update that let me use, was it the Alola starters, right? I put Popplio right on my team so I could get Primarina. I used that for my team. Fun times. What are some of the Pokemon you like to use a lot in your teams? Ah. For me, I feel like there's always like a few mainstays. If I can find a Misdreavus and evolve him to Mismagius, I'll probably do so. And Gardevoir is probably another Pokemon I always try to seek out because Gardevoir is cool. Oh, Ninetales as well. Like both regular Ninetales and Alolan Ninetales, I'll usually try to seek both of them out. Also Altaria if I can, because, you know, Altaria looks pretty cool. And Rhyperior, because, I don't know, Rhyperior's got like that big bulky look to him, and they are quite sturdy. Even with their 4x water and grass and ice weakness. My main team is Zekrom, Serperior, Arcanine, Magmortar, Luxray, and Gyarados. Ooh. Pretty intimidating team right there. Yeah, it is nice when you manage to build a team of folks you like. You just have fun with it. Just have fun with them. Ah, your power team. Kind of figured that when Zekrom was in there. Yeah, I know there are certain folks out there that kind of balk whenever they see like a legendary or a mythic Pokemon in the lineup. I'm of the mind as long as, right, in the single player story, you know, you just do whatever you want. Right, build a team of all legendaries if you want. Just roll through it. Like, if that's how you have fun with it, then go nuts. If you're playing against like your friends, say, then as long as you kind of come to an agreement in some way or another, it's fine. I remember there was like one streamer I watched where sometimes he would kind of open up Wi-Fi battles with the viewers, and his rule was like, yeah, you can have one legendary on the team, right? Just one legendary. And most people would follow that rule, so, you know.
Kristen? All right, we'll get back to that shortly because it's time to get started. Fast start.
My second playthrough, I used Charizard, Pidgeot, Ninetales, Rapidash, Articuno, and Samurai. Ooh! Another team of cools. Nice. Guess that's like one of the constants of my teams. I will have at least one flying type in there. any sorts of flying type. I think one I used for the longest time was Hodgecrow. Because I built him up specifically to kind of be a crit monster. I had like an equipable item that increased its crit rate, a good number of its moves had a high critical rate, so they were pretty up there about their crits. I remember specifically using the term crit hacks, and I think I might have. Well, I was talking with someone about that. I was like, "Yeah, I built my Hodgecrow for crit hacks," and then the other guy said, "Oh, wait, are you saying you hacked your Pokemon?" I'm like, "Wait, no. That's just a euphemism. I only mean that I made it so that it has like an unusually high critical rate. It's all natural though. I didn't actually hack the game. Like, ooh, oh boy." I still use crit hacks though, because that was the only time I got a misunderstanding around that term. Hodgecrow is cool as hell with that mob boss hat, right? Like part of the reason why I used them, because they did look pretty badass. Honestly, it's like one of the things I like about Gen 4. They gave some of the older Pokemon kind of a cool evolutionary line advancement. Right? There's Honchkrow. You also had Miss Magius, the evolution of Miss Drevis with the really cool pointy hat, right? The witch hat. And then you had evolutions for Electabuzz and Magmar. And 2 additional Eevee evolutions, which I think it's like the first new one since Gold Silver, if I remember correctly. Alright, because Gold Silver added Umbreon, Espeon. I don't think Generation 3 added any new Evos. And Gen 4 had Leafeon, Glaceon. I think they didn't have any more after that until XY, when they added Sylveon. And the Fairy type. Flareon, Vaporeon, yeah, Jolteon as well. Yeah, they were all Generation 1 Fire, Ice, Lightning Evos of Eevee. Yeah, we're up to 8 now, right? 8 evolutionary lines for Eevee. Who knows what else they might add? Only they know that. I remember one team I had was all legendaries. You know, for the battle tower, if I actually want to try to make any decent progress on it, I do pack along just a team of all mythics. I think there was one I used for Sword Shield that was just Mars Shadow, Zeraora, and Keldeo. That was the team I would use if I wanted to get a lot of fights in the battle tower done in Sword Shield. It was pretty fun. Oh man, level 49. They're like one level away from the big 5-0. Oh, that's a lot of accolades. had Dialga, Giratina, Reshiram, Cobalion, Entei, and Virizion. Oh man, that is quite the lineup. The absolute threat of Unova, I imagine. Everyone around the land was talking your name. Oh man, they got this little kid kind of just walking around and curb stomping everyone with these Pokemon you only ever heard about in stories. Apparently this kid had 6 of them. And they were just wielding them all. Be gone with your starter Pokemon.
And here we are for the first round.
Into the PC you go. I have little use of you anymore. Oh man. Target time of 1 minute 32. Very welcome. Up. Oh jeez. It's a good thing I don't have damage modeling in this enabled. That definitely would have been critical. Would have been absolutely critical right there. Goddamn. Gets boring battling the many pat rats and all those early on. I can imagine. You know what always amused me? It always seemed to be like, you know, the villain team of each game. Like the grunts, they were always stuck with like the same handful of Pokemon. Right? They were a very predictable bunch. It's like you saw a grunt, you could probably bring along a specific team or have specific moves to counter them. I mean, I certainly get why they would do it for thematic purposes, because it gives them a bit of an identity, but can't imagine like a team like that established proper. They would probably at least try to request their grunts carry, I don't know, a varied team. Try to, you know, keep the heroes on their toes. Pat Rat, Purloin, etc. Yeah. Always the handful of Pokemon that were designated the evil Pokemon, so the evil team would wield them. I guess it was slightly better in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald because you had 2 evil teams, so there's a bit more variety in the Pokemon they fielded, but maybe not by much. Lillipup, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna get another sip of water here while we wait.
And here we are for the first round, Kristen. How you feeling about this one?
Pretty good, Alex.
Look at the fireworks here. The balloons too. It's like a USA race. USA, USA, USA. They got the fireworks in the background too. It's like the 4th of July commemorative race or something like that. Oh, the fireworks are like more standard yellow colors and the occasional blue. Oh wait, there's our red, white, blue fireworks right there. Got a glimpse of them. We'll probably get another glimpse soon enough. All that's missing are those lantern thingies that go up in the air. Yeah! Get a few of those. And then get a festival objective where your goal is to take down as many of those as possible with your car. Oh man. That announcer needs to shut it.
First lap, you're leading the race.
Ah, okay, there we go. You're not getting in front of me, bub. I think as long as they keep on the racing line, I'll hold them at bay. They won't do much to pass me here. Bouncing all over the Baja region to get those lanterns. Ah, man, I remember those. Just trying everything I can to kind of smack in as many lanterns as possible. And eventually I said, fuck it. I found myself an event lab map that had lanterns all lined up and ready for the smashing. It was always an amusing loophole for those objectives. It's like, yeah, just go to an event lab map and get them done in one fell swoop. Those mid-air ones were rough to get. That they were. Oh man. I think after a point, I just resorted to like quitting out of the game and then coming back in to up the count, because there were certain ones I just could not reach, no matter how hard I tried.
Last lap, so hold the lead to the end now.
Ah, man. Dang it. Alright, I still got two. Two more to use on this final lap, so I'm not panicking just yet. They patched the hack for the collectibles. I used to rewind after smashing one and keep hitting the same one. Oh, wow. I remember people suggesting that you do that. And I guess it's a bit of a bummer that you can't do that anymore. Like, I don't know, even if it is exceedingly repetitive, maybe they should just, like, change it in a way, maybe make them not as annoying to hunt down and accomplish, right? And I don't think the later ones were ever as much of an annoying hunt as some of the earlier ones were. It used to count as 2 for each. Whoa, did it? I didn't realize it was glitched that way, too. Just knew you could, like, hit it over and over. Or I also remember a trick being, like, you could switch the game to, like, offline mode, and that would, like, reset the collectibles in the world, so you could, like, go around and back to the easy ones and take them out again. It was handy for the winter one. Finding those snowmen on the volcano were hard to see. That's one of the ones I was thinking of. Man, trying to find 10 snowmen, or like however many snowmen they made you hit there. A pain and a half, let me tell you. That was like the one where I resorted to like getting as many as I could in one session, and then coming back in another session and like getting it the rest of the way. Because goddamn, that was, yeah, again, it's super duper annoying. Same with those animal cutouts that they had in the desert. I think I remember those actually, yeah.
Welcome everybody to today's
And like the little billboards they had for
Yeah, another
the Horizon 10th anniversary event. Those got to be a little annoying to find. Even if it was like fun that they had the designs from that particular Horizon game. Yeah, because I remember, like, the thing was like, yeah, you find the, like, billboards, or, yeah, you find them, like, in this particular area, but that's all they ever said, right? You couldn't, there was, like, not much idea, you didn't have much of an idea as to how far out they would be spread, so you kind of just, like, wandering from road to road, just keeping your eyes peeled for any billboards that you might spot on the side of it. Even if they only had you like hit 10 of them, it felt like even finding just 10 of them was a bit of an exercise in of itself. Oh yeah, they hid them during the chapters. Oh yeah, they did that too, huh. I did like the Lucky Cat ones, they were cute. Well, I'll give them credit for one thing, is that they do gin up new, like, collectible designs. It's not like they're using the same few all the time. Even though, like, the method you use to collect them, as it were, is the same. At least you're running into a good variety of objects. On a really personal note, I kind of happy with how I did my festival playlist this week, because I think for like a few weeks there I was just putting it off until like the very last few days, and I have to get like 20 points worth of objectives per day if I wanted to complete it in a timely manner. But this week at least I started earlier, and so I only had to do like fewer things per day to get the points needed. And of course, once I hit that 40, I'm like, alright, I'm good. Just wiped my hands and went to play something else. Also, something I've started improving on doing too is that I try to do all their monthly rivals circuits, because that's like 4 points you get per week. That, you know, all you have to do is like that one really quick one lap 4 times per month, and then boom, it's like 4 points per week that you don't have to account for anymore. Like, man, it's real nice too if it's like the first time playing a particular event, because the ghost they pair you up with has this ridiculously long time that you're practically guaranteed to beat them, even if you, like, you know, fool around for 90% of the ghost race.
What has the Grid World Series got? Okay, sorry. We are about to get started.
They need those giant Horizon tank pinatas on the main map from Hot Wheels. Oh yeah, that'll be fun. Oh, we had such a pain with the trial last week. Teamed with total drop kicks that were just rammers. Took us 7 attempts. I wonder if those are the devs just messing around to get us all on the board. Oh man. Yeah, the trial. Trial's like one of the things I have not done for a while. Thankfully, there's enough points in the playlist where I could reasonably get the 40 needed without completing a trial. So I just do like everything else. Well, almost everything else. Most of the time it's like the championships, any PR stunts I can, and like the treasure hunt and the photo op objective if they have them. Oh, and all the event lab stuff too, and the weekly multi-chapter task also. And like any of the dailies if I need like any remaining points. Oop. Like 9 times out of 10, that's usually enough to get me the 40 I need to, you know, get the cars and call it a day, or week, I should say. I used to do like the Hot Wheels and the Rally Adventure ones as well, but kind of fell off because it feels like most of the rewards you get there aren't that awfully unique. And again, most of the time, you get enough points in like the Mexico stuff that you don't have to worry about doing the DLC stuff if you don't want to. Probably by design. Like, you don't need the DLC at all if you want to reasonably complete the playlist, and that's a good thing. Absolutely a good thing. Not too bad if you're in a convoy, but even then it's unpredictable if you're going to get good teammates. The AI and the HW playlists are so OP. I think by default they're set to a high difficulty level. So yeah, that does make them that much more annoying. Because you do actually have to, you know, you have to race, right? You can't just head empty your way through the entire event and call it a day. Highly skilled, yeah. Pretty much defaulted that to you, which... But even so, they get a big speed boost. Yeah, it feels like that, right? You could be like... racing the race perfectly. You could be getting like those perfect corners and turns and not hitting the walls and anything. It still feels like the best you can do is just keep pace with the folks ahead of you. It's just like, man, I don't have the skills for highly skilled, and it's a bummer that you kind of have to do it on highly skilled if you want to actually complete it. Like, if I remember correctly, in Horizon 4, that was just an optional thing, right? It was like, you might miss out on, like, a reward if you don't complete the championship or the particular event on highly skilled, but it's not something you had to do. Yeah, there were 3 rewards, yeah. It's like, one of them was just complete it, and then one of them was, you know, get a certain position on a certain difficulty level. And I don't remember what the third one was. Might be like, complete a certain position at a slightly lower difficulty level. That B-Class Retro Saloons Championship last week, the leader dropped Warp Drive and finished the race nearly 20 seconds ahead of me. I hate it when that happens. Feel like you have a fighting chance, and then the computer's like, nah, son. And you just become nigh untouchable. Sucks, man. Almost to the point where it feels like if you don't get first within like the first 30 seconds of a race, you might as well pack it in, because you ain't getting first after that. Right? If you can't, like, quickly overtake first after you overtake third and second, you're never gonna overtake them. Like, ever. I was like, WTF, I have the most power here, right? I always go back to the one video I saw, someone playing on like a really high difficulty, and they were going around like a particular turn, but they sort of messed up, and then just like blowing right past them was this AI driver in a comparatively worse car, just getting a perfect drift around the circle. It's just like, something like that, you can only laugh at it, right? Just laugh at the flagrant display of AI advantage that they're showing off there. Only hope is torpedo him in the corners. Yeah, that's what I always did. When it comes to AI opponents, I gave them no mercy. I hit them like there's no tomorrow, right? Drive them right into the walls, try to make them drift off course, just mess them up in a way that they'll fall behind a lot because they have to get back into their driving track, right? They've really gotten worse lately, have they? Man, that sucks. One AI couldn't handle a straight and went off a bridge during that A-Class Holden Rally Championship. Oh, that kind of worse. I just thought you meant they became, like, more flagrant with their disregard for playing fair. I didn't think you meant they actually became worse in their general driving ability, but yeah, that oh man, that is worse. Whew, boy. I mean, on one hand, hey, one driver just, like, takes themselves out of the picture. On the other hand, yeah. What? They're all over the place at the start of a race. I feel like I see it a lot more in motorsport. I feel like I see it, at least in, Motorsport 2023. You'll see a lot more cars just kind of drive off track. It's... Yeah, I like, also there, I'm of mixed feelings about that. On one hand, hey, I'm getting some places. On the other hand, why they drive off track? I don't know. I guess on the other hand, if the AI is still modeled after, like, Drivatar stuff, I guess it makes sense. Could imagine, like, you know, players driving off track, so the AI might simulate that. Depending on the difficulty, they do it more often or not. Ground Guanajuato. The hairpin was like a car park mixed with Wreckfest, just a big mess. Icing on the cake was getting ganged up on. Oh man. That always blows when it feels like other folks have it out. Or, you know, you just get, like, stuck in the middle of the pile up. I was like, well, not much I can do here. Just get thrown around like a rag doll. And just deal with the fallout once I finally regain control of my vehicle. Teammate on one side, AI on the other, and push out of a checkpoint. Yeah, that don't feel great. It definitely does not feel great. You know what does feel great though? I heard that the Dark Forces remastered game came out. It was like either today or very recently, but apparently people are very, very positive on it. It's like a very, very faithful, like, kind of a remaster of the original Star Wars Dark Forces. I think I was reading that the company that was working on remaking it, Night Dive, they actually kind of put in the work for it, right? They This wasn't just like a simple up-res job. They re-rendered stuff and kind of, you know, redrew some things too. Like the cutscenes that used to be like really digitized movie stills, they actually went and hand drew them. Like made them look comparable to the originals, so that's like pretty neat. I think someone put it best. There was like, yeah, this is how you remember Dark Forces looking back in the day. It's like, yeah. I actually want to maybe pick that up at some point, because I remember watching my older brother play the original version like a long time ago, and being sort of fascinated by it because, you know, it was a Star Wars video game, and, you know, that's pretty rad, right? But yeah, the effort they put into it, I think, probably well worth the $30 they're asking for. It's probably something I'll pick up down the line, and maybe I'll even maybe stream it if it's still cool. Another game on the short list, as it were. Speaking of Star Wars, do you remember Star Wars Demolition, Twisted Metal meets Star Wars? Oh, wow. I think I might have heard of it before, but it kind of left my conscience for a while. But I can absolutely see there being like a Star Wars vehicular combat game. It would be a pretty good fit. You can imagine a bunch of vehicles kind of translating themselves pretty well to a vehicular combat format. I had that on Dreamcast. It was a lot of fun for someone who isn't into Star Wars. Huh. Maybe I'll look more into this. That might be fun to give a go.
First lap, you're leading the race.
Who knows? I might be looking more into like the Dreamcast scene as well, because there are several other games I want to take a look at there as well. So I remember reading somewhere that there was like actually a Magic the Gathering game that appeared on, I think it was Dreamcast. It was a very like loose adaptation of the card game, but it's like one of the very few Magic the Gathering games you had back then. And from what I've read, people have actually kind of modded it to include like the cards that were released after the video game was released. So it sounds pretty wild, and I want to see what that was all about. Rock up in an AT-ST bipedal robot, yeah. And I imagine there's like a snow speeder in there. There has to be a snow speeder. Wouldn't be Star Wars vehicular combat without a snow speeder. And Pod Racer, of course, yeah, Pod Racer. You can forget the Pod Racer. We're gonna get an HD version of that. Give us Star Wars Demolition HD. It'll probably have to be like an HD collection of other lesser known, less beloved Star Wars video games. It would be like the Star Wars video game collection. Includes like Demolition, Masters of Terras Kasi, the SNES games.
Listen up. Hold the lead. Last lap.
I think I'll have to look up a list of Star Wars video games now. There's probably a lot of them. Enough of them. think I remember finding a demo station for like the Star Wars SNES game at a video game show way back in the day. It was pretty wild. Also, makes me wonder how people ever put up with that, because it was quite difficult. Guilty Gear X was a good port on Dreamcast, and Gundam Battle Online. Ooh, sounds like fun. Gundam Battle Online, though. Was that like a game that ever left Japan? Because I imagine it being an online game would kind of hamper its chances. If the execs back in the day didn't think that an online Gundam game would catch on with overseas players. They also had Gundam Side Story 0079 Rise from the Ashes. Kinda neat that they would try to tell an original story. If I unless I'm remembering incorrectly, and that was just an adaptation. I don't know, it feels like it might be an Enter the Matrix situation where they follow like side characters on their own little adventure. FPS? Huh. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, side story, I'm guessing the character you're controlling would like normally be like a grunt soldier, but this one got special focus. Oh man, reminds me of the other Gundam FPS that they tried to do. What was it? Gundam Evolution? Maybe that one didn't last. I know they got shut down like last November, right? If I remember correctly. I think I played like a few rounds of it, and I thought it was alright, but not something I would like stick with. Admittedly, I'm not like too big into Gundam. I would enjoy the series. I'll watch them, but I'm not gonna like, seek out every new Gundam series. But I enjoyed Evolution for what it was doing. Perhaps a bit of a shame it wasn't able to stick around. Like, I don't know. Part of me wishes that maybe some of these games that are trying to be like multiplayer live service games, they would try to do more of like a single player thing. Like, imagine if they took the mechanics of Gundam Evolution and made a short but sweet like campaign-based FPS on it. I don't know, some people might have been cool. They might have liked that. That's just me though. I remember reading a report that there are like a rather high number of live service games being worked on, so this wave ain't over yet. We're going to be seeing many more of these types of games try to grab a hold. How many will stick around, I guess, will remain to be seen, but can't imagine too many of them will do so. Like, there's even some, like, indie titles here and there that are trying to do at least something akin to a live service thing. They're always trying to do things like battle passes or seasons or things like that. Things that just entice you to go back for some reason or another. There's another game I'm playing, Gunfire Reborn. They actually started doing seasons as well. Thankfully, theirs is a bit more manageable because it all can be done in game, right? If you kind of spend enough time completing the objectives, you'll be able to get the rewards, and you don't have to do everything. You just have to do enough of them. That's the only issue with that one, is that you do have to complete the objectives to make any progress at all. Otherwise, you know, it's a no-go. And as you complete like the easier ones, then you're left with the more time-consuming ones that you got to try to set up or do a lot of runs to kind of, you know, complete that target.
Pretty good, Alex.
Just enough to get by. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you only need like 40 of their objectives to kind of get everything. But they have 50 of them, so yeah, there's a little bit of breathing room there. But yeah, I don't know. With so many more games trying to do the season pass thing, I've kind of grown to appreciate a game that just comes out and it's like, yeah, you go through it and you can kind of call it good, right? Maybe play a little bit more of it if you wanna, but if you don't, that's also cool. It's like something like RoboQuest at the moment, right? You do enough runs there, you kind of get all the secrets, get all of the achievements you want, complete the compendium, and you know, that's you can move on. You can play something else. You're done. You don't have to worry about coming back unless you want to check out an update. Right? And even that's not like a seasonal model or anything. It's just going to be a post-launch update. Or I guess something like Sea of Stars. That was the one game I played recently that's like that, right? You go through that game, you beat it, and you're good. I know they'll come out with like a post-launch story sometime down the line, but you know, you also beat that and you're good. You don't have to worry about coming back to it like 3 months later to get a limited time item or anything like that. It's just one and done. You play through it and you're good. Starting to appreciate like those games more and more, as more of these games seem to want to try to grab your attention for sustained periods of time. Yeah, and you know, you only have like so much time and attention and energy you can put to everything. It's like, yeah, you just gotta pick and choose, because you can't do everything, that's for sure.
Good start, hold the lead.
Ah, the good old days of game and hee-hee playthrough. One and done, right? I've come to appreciate those. Or I guess for another example, Pentiment. It's like, yeah, it is built for multiple playthroughs, but even then, there's an upper limit, there's a ceiling to like all the content they have in there. You know, once you reach that, you can call it good, or you could just like go through it once and then call it good. You don't have to worry about it anymore. You don't have to worry about like a chapter 2 story that they introduce like 4 months later and go through that because it's only going to be available for like 4 months or something like that. But yeah. It's like so many of them coming out, and they're all trying to grab that same piece of the pie, and it's just going to be less and less for everyone, right? All the games that have their share really don't need to do anything, and everyone else is just like fighting for scraps. So that means a lot of them are eventually going to kind of, you know, fall over. There might be a few here and there that are left standing, but feels like it's like a
Lap,
matter of
so
time.
hold the lead through to the end now.
At some point, they're all gonna get shut down one way or another. It's gonna be a bummer when that happens. Kind of like the other thing about it. It's like, yeah, you get all this cool stuff, but eventually it's all gonna go away because the game's not gonna stay online forever. It would be rather infeasible for them to do so. When that day comes, it's gonna be a real bummer. Especially if they don't have like any contingency plans in hand. Right, no way to say have an offline version or transfer your accomplishments to their next game in the series or anything like that. The OG Tomb Raider, going back after a playthrough to find all the secrets and stuff. Yeah! Yeah, if you wanted to go back to a game, that's because you learned something new about it. It was always in the game. You just like, it wasn't, it didn't enter your consciousness until much later. They're all vying for player retention. Yeah, that seems to be the thing, right? Because the players that stay around are always gonna put more money in the game. So, and everyone wants money, no matter what. Money at all costs. I think I mentioned it over the weekend, but it's like one of the things I like about Deep Rock Galactic is that they do like the season stuff, but you never truly miss out, right? Even if you like skip a season, all the cosmetics on their season pass can be obtained by other means, so you're never truly like up the creek without a paddle. You never feel like you're pressured to play the game to get all the cosmetic stuff. And, well, they are cosmetics, so, if you miss out, no biggie. It's not like you're missing out on some sort of meta equipment or anything like that. I think, like, Helldivers is something similar. I remember people saying that the season pass they have for 2 is pretty fair. You could get a lot of the good stuff pretty quickly. And, like, you even get, like, the currency that would normally be premium. Oh, hey, level 50. Heh, the level keeps going up. Alright, World Tour Parte 2. Off to Zhejiang Circuit. Not like Horizon 5 with the seasonal cars. God help you if you missed that playlist and not know when that car will return. Oh man, I think I missed like a car or two with those festival playlists, and yes, I am wondering when they will return. Granted, I'm not like too torn up over it because it's just going to be a car that sits in the garage, but it would be nice to have it still. Just for completion's sake. I feel like at some point they gotta introduce like some sort of analog to the showcase system they had in 4, right? Like some way to get some old cars that you might have missed out on. Like, I don't know, maybe if once they truly go through like all the post-launch cars they can just like maybe make one of the big point rewards like an old car ticket or something like that. And you can redeem that ticket for a seasonal car that you might have missed earlier, or maybe like even seasonal cosmetics too. Even if no one's gonna go for them, just put those in there as well. They added quite a few into the auto show recently. Oh, did they? I might have to go back through that and like just filter by unowned, or do they have like an unowned? I think they do. Anyways, just see like what cars I can pick up now. Dang it! New driving off-road would come bite me at some point. Bring back the backstage pass they had in 4, yeah. Something like that. Sorry, my mind went to Ticket because I play a lot of gacha games, and the ones I play always give you like those tickets that you can use for free draws on the gacha banner. It's analogous, I think. That was so handy. That it was. Yep, they do. Okay, good. So yeah, next time I get under 5, I'll just like go to the auto show, filter by unowned, and just buy everything that I don't own. I could probably afford it.
The city of Zhejiang is buzzing with the sound of motorsport. The Grid World Series is here.
Oh, you know, on that note, I was playing Motorsport 2023 actually like right before I started up Grid today, and I was checking the messages, and apparently they are having like an update to how the leveling system works. Well, very slight update. Apparently, like all the parts that a car can equip will just be available to you right from the start at level 1. So you don't have to level your car up to get all the parts. So that's pretty cool. And apparently, you can also buy CP to get. You can use credits to buy CP. Yeah, I can use creds now for upgrades. Yeah. So it's kind of like analogous to how it was before, where you buy a car, you buy money to kind of give it a bit of upgrade room, and then just start slapping parts onto it and see which works best for it. So that's nice. Although it does make the levels feel superfluous mostly now, since I'm guessing all they'll do now is just increase your car points, and I guess give you a discount when you hit level 50. Yeah, it is amusing though when they try something new, but it ends up messing up so much that they just go back to how it was the old way. They made a balls up of the game, and now they're backpedaling to get it to how it should be. Yeah, pretty much. Oh man, I'm sure my one friend's gonna be talking about that when we meet up tomorrow for some racing. Backlash was furious. I can only imagine. When you change up the system that much, especially when it comes with like a restriction of the freedom they used to have, it's not going to sit well with a lot of people. At least they're trying to make amends, but it kind of makes you wish they never tried it in the first place. Or at the very least they tried something else, right? They didn't go for this route. It reminds me of Dead or Alive 6. Because the one mechanic they used to have was like costume points. Because like if you did missions in a certain mode with a certain character, you would get like costume points that would be allocated towards certain costumes to unlock them. It was just that like at the start, when the game was first released, the amount of points you got per battle was so comically low that you would have to fight like hundreds of times to actually unlock a single costume. And there were other things about it too, like how there was no rollover of points if you managed to get enough points to unlock a costume. Enough complaints about it that they went back and actually redid the system so that you would get like a whole lot more points for playing in the missions. And also there was overflows, so if you had like any excess points, it would go towards another costume, even if it was random. But it just like brought the unlock system back to how it was in previous games, where you would like beat a mode once and you could unlock the character's next costume, and it just makes you think why they tried the whole costume points thing to begin with. And that's all to say, they tried something different in Motorsport 2023. And then they went back to similar to how it was before, which kind of makes you wonder why they tried it to start. It's like it's too little too late. I think a lot of people said that too. I think my friend has said that as well. Feels like they kind of dragged their feet trying to fix things up here. Ah well, we've seen games bounce back. So maybe we'll get like some update for Motorsport 2023 that at least brings it to a respectable state, if not amazing. Like even Street Fighter V, I kind of came out in a bad way, but after like a couple years of updates and additions and stuff, people have regarded it as okay. Maybe not amazing, but it was alright. And yeah, this was like before Street Fighter 6 came out and blew everyone away. But that's a whole different story. Comes back to if it's not broke, don't fix it. Yeah, change for the sake of change. It's not the greatest thing. Or at the very least, if you're gonna replace it, don't make it worse. Try to make it at least like similar to the systems you're replacing. Right? Car levels might have been a cool idea, but like putting parts behind them, maybe not the best idea. Right now, there's only 153 under Forza Motorsport on Twitch, that is. Oh, okay. I wonder how many are like playing concurrently on, say, like Steam. That would kind of be the slightly better metric. And is there any way to check like concurrent Xbox players? I feel like that would be the best measure of stuff. Although even then, it's been several months. Some people would have naturally moved on. It would have to be like exceedingly low numbers for it to be a point of worry.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen,
I don't know.
tell me what's gonna
I feel like I'd be surprised that 153 are still playing Forza Motorsport, because those feel like something you could probably see just about everything the game has to offer pretty quickly. You know, for those sorts of folks, they've probably played it and had their fill and moved on. It's just a natural state of things. Player numbers are going to drop off over time. It's just when they like drop off really quickly or very sharply that it becomes an issue. The numbers have dropped like a lead balloon. Yeah, if it's something like that, then yeah, maybe it's a cause for concern. But if not, eh. Like I think there was like another game that people were trying to make that a point of an argument. It was like a single player game, and people were like, "Oh man, there were like hundreds of thousands of people playing this at launch, and now there were only like several thousand." And then someone kind of countered like, "Oh, it's like as if they played through the game, beat it, and then started playing something else. I don't know. Like, what? Did you expect them to keep playing it or something? Especially if it's like a single-player game with a finite amount of content. Only so much to go through, and you imagine, not everyone's going to play through everything. Some people might just like beat the game, call it there. Some people might not even beat the game. They just might go, alright, I've had my fill of this, I'm just going to move on. And it's all fine. I would say, though, if there were only, like, say, 3-digit numbers of concurrent players, as measured by, say, Steam or Xbox, then, yeah, that would be a cause for concern, because, yeah, the game that's, like, meant to be multiplayer, like Motorsport 2023, having that few players, yeah, that would be worrisome. I would agree with that. At the very least, there's probably like more players than are playing, say, Grid 2019 or Grid 2 right now, right? Especially since those two games have been delisted, so... Unless you find the keys somewhere, you ain't playing them. Or, you decide to, like, pick up the Switch versions, I guess. I heard that, like, they're still around for some reason. Or, you pick up, like, any physical version, I guess.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. tell me what's... Sorry, race control are about to get this underway.
Yeah, it's like one of the reasons why I appreciate that physical games are still around. It is nice to have kind of like a copy that you'll probably be able to play no matter what. Only time where that maybe isn't issue is where if like the game itself requires an online connection, but other than that, it's nice. According to this, in the last 30 days, the peak motorsport players was 1,081. Alright then, yeah. Get like a drop from 1,000 to 150. Yeah, that would be a cause for concern then. I would agree with that. I guess the only thing that like comes to mind when it comes to like more of the sim style regulation racers like motorsport is like with those kinds of games, there's only so much additional stuff you can do, right? Only so much you can do around the nature of like the cars and the tracks and all the racers and stuff, because you base them in real world locations, and there's just only so much you can do there. Right, so imagine if they want to try to justify people picking up the newer editions, they have to make changes to like the underlying systems. It's just that the changes they tried for this one didn't quite pan out. At least they changed them in a way that people weren't fans of, so you know, they tried. It didn't work, so they gotta walk it back. Compared to Horizon that had 27,619 peak. Wow. Quite a number. I feel like at this point, if Forza wants to really, really freshen things up, they'll probably have to like introduce a new series entirely. Like something that's like not Horizon, not Motorsport. Just something new entirely. Like I know they had like Forza Street, but that's just like a reskinned version of another mobile game. But part of me wonders if they just like went and expanded that. Maybe kind of continued along that angle. That might bring something new. Incidentally, have them like follow on the same path that Need for Speed did. Where it's like about racing cars at scenic locations to the tuner scene. Urban tuners. But at this point, they need to do something to stay fresh, I think. Yeah, they'll need something with Horizon 6 being the last one. Yeah. Absolutely need something to kind of prop things up. Or if they just wanted to go like silly, do something like a kart racer spin-off. Give us a Blur style game with the Forza flavoring to it. Remember Blur? That weird quasi kart racer, neon kart racer style in the real world. It was interesting. I kind of appreciated that they tried something different. Just a bummer that Blur was the only game of its series and we haven't seen anything of it since. There's not even a PC version of it. If I wanted to play Blur, I'd have to break out like an old PS3 or Xbox 360 to play it. But, you know, even then I wouldn't have the full experience since I can't play online anymore. At least, you know, not in legal means. I'd love to see a management sim set around the Horizon Festival, having the budget logistics and stuff. That could potentially be interesting. It'll also be a very different game. It'll be like the manager games from Sega. I thought for sure that would have been a penalty. Yeah, that would be pretty neat. Especially if they let you just like fully customize the festival to your liking. That would be pretty cool. Okay, that's 3 events, right? Set the ticket prices and all that, yeah. And decide the attractions and the shows and like where you place the festival sites and the various events you'll do. Did I mention that already? Well, I mentioned it again. But yeah, just let you really kind of get down to the details of planning it. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, you just spent $50 million on the official Horizon cargo plane. You spent another $10 million to get that really epic opening where you just like you launch the car like right out of the cargo bay and have it race towards the festival site. All right, yeah, I think we can get through the Fernando Alonso track tonight, the International F1000 Championship. It's kind of like downhill from here. This is the last 3 race event, and then it's a 2 race event, and then it's like a single race face-off for the last 3. I imagine the showcase is going to be us racing against Alonso himself. Well, you know, as close to himself as you can get in this game, anyway. Would be fun organizing events and showcases. Yeah. Especially if they kind of, you know, play it out. They play it out in real time, right? Don't do like a kind of a drone kind of thing. Just make it look like a proper isometric style race. That'd be pretty cool. Although I think like having a race management simulator game for the motorsports side might be pretty cool as well. Just imagine like managing your team of professional racers and having them participate in the tracks around the world and deciding who would go where depending on their strengths or not. A bit like F1 Manager? Yeah, something like that. This would cover like a whole lot of disciplines though. You can imagine, alright, this person is good with hypercars, so we'll put them in all the hypercar events and maybe some supercar events. And this one's good with the muscle events, so we'll put him here in this demolition derby and so on and so forth.
How you feeling about this one?
Pretty good, Alex.
Okay, it looks like the race is about to start.
I could see that being like a hit with like the manager fans and the hardcore number crunchers. Good with muscles, sign me up. Did I cause that other car to spin out? I think I might have. They just like locked wheels with mine, and then I was lucky enough to not be the one who got majorly affected by that. Well, that's the risk you take when you try to pass me. Not cleanly. Haha. Eat it.
first lap, you're leading the race.
This is gonna be a pretty quick track, man. Only 3 laps and the average lap time is less than a minute. I can appreciate it. After these other races where you gotta go for like 2 to 3 minutes per lap, or if it's like one of that sprint race, almost 5 minutes of pure racing.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
You know, there are like very few things that I actually like, you know. Oh. Do you have an all-time favorite racetrack from a video game? Do kart racers count? Because if they do, I'm gonna have to say Rainbow Road from Mario Kart 7. It just nails the aesthetic perfectly. And the music, too. Might be my favorite Rainbow Road theme of all the Mario Karts. It's something I just love about how you get to drive on the surface of a moon, and then, right, you also get to drive on the rings of a planet. Felt very, 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 very space-like, and the way they incorporated, like, the rainbow parts and the planetoid parts together, just, made for a race that felt fittingly climactic. And like I said, the music was great too, right? The first part, and then the last section part as well, where they make the tempo faster. It was like my favorite final lap track of like any of the Mario Kart games. Just gave you a different kind of feel of it's all coming down to this that I really dug. Second favorite will probably be Race of Ages from Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed. The way the Space Harrier theme kind of played through it felt, again, fittingly climactic. And the way the track slowly grew more difficult with each lap. The only things I wish it had were like maybe a car section, the way it had like a boat section and the plane section after the halfway point. Because it like split off into 2 routes, but I wish it had like maybe a 3rd route it could split into as well. You could do like a different section for each lap.
So now we turn our attention to Kristen, our expert on all things motorsport and our co-host of all the thrilling action.
Have some bad memories of Rainbow Road and Wreckfest, oh no. I do enjoy it when other games kind of do like a Rainbow Road reference. What about you? What's your favorite racetrack from a game? Alright, could be like a street racer, professional racer, kart racer, wherever. What's your favorite track? I guess I almost forgot one. I think I also like the way they remade Rainbow N64 Rainbow Road in Mario Kart 8. Because like the original Rainbow Road in Mario Kart 64 was kind of pretty bleh. It was pretty boring, but when they brought it back for Mario Kart 8, they just really upped the spectacle of it. You know, everything is just like coated in gold. You're over a gold city with lights everywhere, and there's just a magic train just like riding by with you along the track. I think the big criticism people had with that one was that it was really short. They turned it into a 3-section track, so you barely had any time to enjoy anything. It was because, for some reason, Mario Kart is just really allergic to anything other than a 3-lap track if it's not Baby Park. It's weird. It's weird, I tell you. I have a few. I've always loved Atlantica, Aquatica, and Need for Speed 3. That section where you drive through the huge aquarium. Ah, man. Yeah. Underwater tunnels, they always have that nice feel to them. Maple Valley and OG Forza Motorsport. Yeah, that's a fun track. I can see the appeal of it. Desert Springs and OG Need for Speed.
This is Shanghai, and tonight's event is sure to be something spectacular. Kristen?
Man, we need another game like that. The one that's just like that sort of arcade racer that just takes you through a bunch of fantastical locales with more conventional cars. I want that. The closest we've got to something like that was Cruisin' Blast. I think it was on the Switch and might have been on the Wii U, but yeah. Haven't really had anything like that since then. Or at least mainline. I know a bunch of indie racing games kind of go that route, so... Eh, maybe it's not. Maybe I'm overthinking things. Maybe... Yeah, that sort of OG arcade racer was always there. It's just in a different environment now, right? The big companies aren't focusing much on them anymore. It's the smaller companies that perhaps remember them from the old days and want to bring them back in a way. I only say that because I just remembered, oh yeah, I did play Horizon Chase, and that was very much like that, right? Just a classical style racer through more fantastical renditions of locales, even if they were, like, you know, loosely based on a real world location. Horizon Chase was so fun to watch. Great OST too, I know, right? What I really want is, like, one of these days they gotta bring Horizon Chase 2 to PC, right? So I know that's on, like, mobile platforms, and I'm not sure if it's on consoles yet, but... Yeah, bring it to Steam already. I want to play Horizon Chase 2. Game looks sick. I would totally play through that. Man. Oh. Like, it's gotta be like some sort of exclusivity timing. Right? That's the only reason why we're not seeing Horizon Chase 2 just reach every platform out there. Or I guess we can, like, loop back around to Sega's push for making their lesser seen titles become more prominent. You can hope maybe Outrun maybe sees an update, right? Even if it's just like one game, that'd be pretty rad. After they do Crazy Taxi, Shinobi, Streets of Rage, Golden Axe, etc. Do an Outrun game. I guess the thing holding them back there would be the Ferrari license, because it wouldn't be an Outrun game if you didn't have a Ferrari. Which unfortunately would also mean Outrun would have a very limited shelf life. Eventually that Ferrari license runs out, and then they delist it. It's like, aww. Everyone played Outrun at some point. Yeah, like me. I think I played it. Played the Master System version of it some time ago. That was interesting and fun. 18-wheel American Pro Trucker. That was really fun on Dreamcast. Super Hang On, yeah. Plenty of racing games I could probably come back around to. Yeah, just a random thought just came to my head. If they brought back Afterburner, do you think they would try to maybe take it in like an Ace Combat style direction? Because I know the original Afterburner was perhaps more of an arcade style. Yeah, it's like more of an arcade style shoot 'em up. But if they were to maybe do an update, they might try to make it more like Ace Combat, perhaps. Maybe not like completely like Ace Combat, but they would at least give it like a serious plot and everything.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen?
OMG, I spent hours on that on my Master System. Nice. That game had one of the coolest arcade cabinets, I bet it did. Like anything that resembles an aircraft cockpit would totally get my attention. Anything that had like an enclosed cabinet would probably get my attention. Definitely feels like it would get the immersive experience. The most immersive experience. Man, I'm getting tongue-tied quite a bit tonight. Sit in it and the whole thing moved. Oh man. Could really get into the game. Just notice this track has a target time of 53 seconds. So this race will be over before you know it. So you have like 2 quick races sandwiched in between longer races. That's kind of funny.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen?
Reminds me of the light gun games in arcades, especially Time Crisis, where you would like pull the trigger and then you'd have like a mechanism kind of move on the gun to make it feel like the gun was going off, and like, oh, whoa, it's like real life kickback. But I remember specifically for Time Crisis 2, it was like an external mechanism, and people would actually just like hold on to it so it would stop doing that, so they could like, you know, aim better. Ended up like, you know, destroying the mechanism. So when they brought out like the Time Crisis 3 arcade cabinets, they had the whole kickback mechanism kind of enclosed within the gun, so you couldn't try to stop it anymore. Always found that amusing. Like the Super Hang-On arcade that had you sat on a bike leaning into the turns. Oh man, sounds like a lot of fun. Real immersive. You know, like any sorts of racing game that has you using a driving wheel. I think that might be like every car racing game. Car arcade racing game, actually. Because why wouldn't you have that? Used to spend a lot of time playing Lethal Enforcers.
Good start, hold the lead.
I think for me, the light game I spent a lot of time on was actually Time Crisis. Because one of my local arcades back in the day did have like the Time Crisis 2 cabinet, and we always thought that was like pretty rad. Like, you know, get to play a 2-player game where each player has a different perspective on the situation. And then Time Crisis 3 came out and was like, yeah, now you get to use 4 different weapons. It blew our minds, man. Yeah, you like switch between them and you hear the announcer go, like, machine gun, shotgun, grenade gun. Right? You'd like be trying to find the guys in the white jumpsuits because they'd be the one who'd drop ammo for your weapons. If I remember correctly, they made a Time Crisis 4 as well. which had like, you know, all the similar mechanics, so nothing too much there. Although I heard the plot like went in a real wild direction. For as much as like plot matters for that kind of game, right? I think I also got to play like a Virtua Cop 3 cabinet once. And that was the one where you could like press a pedal to go into like bullet time mode. And you could like shoot bullets out of the air. That was pretty rad. And I was like a little disappointed that no other light gun game gave you like a slow down time ability. Also sad that I guess Virtua Cop 3 never left the arcade. They never made a home console version of Virtua Cop 3, even as like a downloadable title. Like even House of the Dead 5 got like a home console version eventually. I don't know why they didn't do it for Virtua Cop 3. And you know, at this point in its life, it would have to be like in a light gun game collection, or like Virtua Cop HD or Virtua Cop Remake collection or something like that. Lucky and Wild. That was a lot of fun. Shame it's an almost forgotten game. Was that the one where like one player drove and the other person could shoot a machine gun? I think I remember seeing that in an arcade somewhere, and that was like, whoa! It was pretty innovative for its time. Yup! Yeah, I knew it! One of my friends kind of likes to hunt down those sorts of arcade games. The ones that are oft forgotten about, and yeah, Lucky and Wild was like the one where they found the cabinet and they were like, whoa! It's a Lucky and Wild cabinet! Oh my god, I gotta play this! So yeah, that was pretty neat. Here we go. 4 more Fernando Alonso events. And they're gonna go by quickly. This one's a 2-rounder. So, you know, barring the tracks being extra long. 4 laps, 2.14. Okay, this one might actually be a little longer. Still like the other one. It was like sandwiched between 2 3-minute races. It was a slightly longer race, but even that was mitigated by it being only 2 laps.
And the Grid World Series takes us to the sweltering heat of Havana. Kristen,
The sweltering heat of Havana. Man, I could not imagine living in a region that's just constantly hot. Like, I don't know, for summer I did, like, vacation in a region that was, like, constantly hot, and, you know, it's nice for a while, but, man, I could not... I'm not sure if I could manage it being hot, like, year-round. And if it's not hot, then it's just raining buckets. Like, ugh. It does not seem like my kind of place, to be honest. Don't get me wrong, I do like the hot weather, but I like it in bursts. I like it for little bits. When it comes packaged with, say, temperate weather and winter, then that's fine. But I couldn't do like year-round hot weather. I guess same with cold weather, right? I couldn't go to an area that was just cold all year round. So, you know, I'm not gonna go to like Alaska or the northern Canada or like northern Europe or anywhere like that. I think I remember watching a short video about a town like that's in northern Russia, where they do have to contend with the extreme cold and things they have to do to kind of manage that. Whew. Man. They certainly are troopers for staying there and rolling with it. Warm with a nice cooling breeze is fine for me. Yeah, that's where it will be alright, right?
A pleasure
The feeling
as
of
always.
getting cooled down is
And if you didn't
pretty
know
good.
Kristen, everybody, she is a two-time. Okay, sorry. We are about to get started.
My Horizon Car Club admin is from Alaska. Whoa! Oh man. Bet they have quite a few stories to tell. Sounds brutal with the cold and short days. Oh yeah! Forgot about that. Yeah, they had to contend with like, yeah, long days, long nights as well. Yeah, depending on the time of year. Right, it's not something you would be used to if you lived there. But, oh boy. Having to adjust to that, I'm not sure if I could do that. I don't know, I just remember for kicks, right? Just went to Google Maps and decided to just like do the little 360 panorama things they have for like locales in Alaska. I'm just like looking out an expanse of just like nothing but snow, right? Empty terrain and snow. I'm just thinking, man, really got to be of a particular mindset to want to make a living out there. You know, if you're not out there for business purposes or research purposes, just being out there to be out there, you really got to be of a certain mindset. Really would need a fursuit for there. Yeah, you kind of would. that would probably keep you warm. You would need all that heat. Like, that thing that would be a hindrance anywhere else. Not so much in very cold territories. I bet with, like, really darn good heat retention. Alright, minute and a half lap, so this race won't be too long, thankfully. Then again, I don't think like any of the tracks in this game are extra long. Like, I think at most they're like 3 minutes. I don't think I've seen anything longer than that. Certainly nothing like in motorsport where you got like the Nürburgring with its 8-minute laps. Like, goddamn. That one limited time event they had recently had one track on the Nürburgring, and it was only one lap, as it should be, because you can't have any more than that without it becoming ridiculously long. If you have a Digigrade one, yes, extra padding on the legs, yeah. Legs probably where you need it the most, because, you know, that's how you get around, so if like you know, your legs aren't warm and comfortable, then you're probably gonna have a problem. But yeah, if you're like way up north, fashion is probably like the least of your worries, as it should be. There, it's all about the warmth and survival, like probably actually survival, because extremely cold, so otherwise you're just gonna get done in. Yeah, it's like 8 to 13 minute laps, yeah. Depending on the class, of course. Functionality, all the fur, right. Yeah.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
How past stanks stay on my soggy little island. Yeah, same here. I'm not interested in moving to an extreme cold territory. Sure, where I live currently might have its own set of issues, but you know what? I can manage them. Certainly feel a lot more manageable. Had a taste of New York in January, and that was enough to convince me to say no. Oh man, that was just New York. We're not even that far north yet. Oh man. But yeah, if that was like enough of a deterrent, I would completely understand. Just imagine how much colder it would get in, like, say, Maine or Canada or like northern Canada. Yeah. Certainly don't envy them at all, that's for sure. Minus 43 wind chill, oh my god, in the city even. Right, where the buildings just like turn every street into a goddamn wind tunnel, yeah. Not fun. Not fun at all. Thank God for thermals, right? It's like either that or tights with a really, really thick denier. I think that's how you pronounce it. Anyways, really thick tights.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided.
No other thing that I'm happy about this week is that all the late night shows seem to be back up and running. Because, like, a good number of them were off last week. I think Colbert and Seth Meyers were taking a week off. And so the limited amount of late night videos I was, like, watching on YouTube, but they're all back. And I've actually kind of added one back into my, like, regular watching schedule, The Daily Show. Because they brought back Jon Stewart. Granted, he's like a very limited capacity. He's only on Mondays, but still kind of wild that Stewart would return after, what was it, like almost 8 years? He was away for he stepped down like almost 8 years ago, and now he's just back. That was kind of crazy though, right? Because it felt like he still got it. Right? Still got that, like, style and energy that he had, like, when he was hosting it regularly. And, man, I kind of missed it in a way, but on another hand, it's like, oh man, shame Trevor Noah kind of walked away from it. Granted, he did that, like, a while ago, because they were rotating guest hosts for quite a few months, if I remember correctly. And they're still doing that. Stewart's only on, like, every Monday. Otherwise, they just have a host that kind of comes on for a week and then that rotates. Did you ever see the prank that Jimmy Fallon would do, get parents to tell their kids that it ate all their Halloween sweets. Gee, the looks and reactions the kids gave. Oh man. I don't know. That seems kind of mean, don't you think? I feel like that's like one of those things where it might be amusing, but only for a little bit, right? Don't hang on it for too long. Just like at the very least, go just like I'm just kidding, right? Maybe a few seconds afterwards. It's not. I feel like that's the kind of thing you don't want to let linger for a while. Because as a kid, sweets are everything, right? Yeah. Like my goodness. I'm sure a lot of kids out there would be absolutely crushed if all their candy was gone for real. Like, damn.
Alright, listen, you've just gone past the halfway stage of the race.
Other news especially funny is that my nephew, actually, he's actually not much of a candy person. Like, I remember, my brother and my sister-in-law telling me that, you know, they do go trick-or-treating, but, like, most of the candy usually doesn't get eaten by my nephew. They'll usually have to, like, eat it themselves or give it away to other people. It's kind of funny. My nephew's palate feels like it's, like, not what you would expect from a kid usually, right? Most of the time, like, you see a kid, you're probably thinking, oh man, they probably want to eat, like, meat and candy and right, all the good tasting stuff. But my nephew, he'll happily eat a lot of other things, right? You give him vegetables, right? Most vegetables and most fruit, he'll be fine with eating them. Prepared most ways too, right? If you give it to him raw, he'll probably eat it. Like, I remember my sister-in-law, like, sharing a picture with me of my nephew just, like, eating broccoli. He just ate a clove of broccoli by itself. He was totally cool with it. And I think one time he was visiting us, my parents, you know, asked him if he wanted some vegetable soup, and, you know, gave him a bowl. He ate the whole thing up. Right, it was like a tomato-based broth that had onions, carrots, cauliflower in it. He ate all of it. And when it comes to meat, he's actually not a fan of beef, right? Most of the time, if you give him like some sort of beef-based dish, he'll be like, hey, can I have something else? He'll eat chicken. He'll eat pork. Right? He'll eat those fine. He'll eat some other meats fine too. Not beef. More savory. Kind of, yeah. OMG, that is a rare thing. I know, right? I think even my brother and sister-in-law were pretty surprised that my nephew's just, like, so cool with eating a lot of kinds of food. He's, like, pretty fair with it, too. If, you know, if he eats something and he doesn't like it, like, I guess it helps that my brother and sister are, like, pretty fair with him with regards to food. They'll usually go, hey, right, just at least, like, try a spoonful of it, right? Try 1 or 2 spoons, and if you still don't like it then all right, we'll prepare something else for you, right? I think that probably helped as well. So, you know, he's not like developing any food traumas or anything like that. This kid is just growing up being open to eating lots of food, and yeah, I imagine that will probably work to his advantage much later on. Imagine he'd be like the kind of kid who would just naturally stay healthy. Just because he'd be willing to eat all sorts of things. I wish my mom and Nan were like that with me at that age. I got get it, ate, or have it again for breakfast. Ah. See, I had the thing where I wouldn't be able to leave the table until I finished the food. Unfortunately, the thing my parents didn't take into account was that I had like a pretty bad gag reflex to some of them. Eventually, they were like, okay, yeah, we can't keep doing this. Mostly because they didn't have the energy to stick it out. Worked to my advantage. I don't know. Thankfully, it's like one of those things where it hasn't like completely wrecked my palate after I grew up. Because, you know, as an adult, I do enjoy eating fruits and vegetables. You give me a good salad, good apple, banana, strawberries, mixed fruit, anything like that. I'll happily devour it. Probably have some oranges after this stream because I got like a ton of those. All right, we're off to the singular events now. Face Off Part 1, Part 2, and then finally the showdown with Alonso himself. It's all coming down to this. Luckily, I got a lot of comfort food, so it wasn't too bad overall at meal times, but I was a proper fussy princess. Yeah, hey, as time goes on, things change. Or maybe it doesn't. Who knows?
We're in Zhejiang for today's event. The pack need to hunt down the lead in this sure to be thrilling race in the Grid World Series.
Alright, 2 miles. So this will probably be a quicker one. I assume the lap time will probably be like a minute and a half. Maybe a minute 20. Minute and a half, alright. Yeah, supermarket owned brand, I'm not eating that. Incidentally, I'm growing like more accustomed to supermarket brands because they tend to be cheaper enough than like the more national brands that are like, you know what? Even if the quality is perhaps not up to maybe not as good, it's cheap enough that I'll go with it. I feel like food is like one of those things where sometimes, you know, paying more money is not going to get you higher quality food. It really comes down to the freshness of it all. And just like, you know, doing research as to the brands themselves, see what the people say about them, and what food experts might say about them. Because it's like, depending on what's on sale. When it comes to things like, say, ketchup, mustard, or, you know, even mayonnaise or salad dressing, if the store brand ends up being cheaper enough, or on sale enough, I just might go for that particular period of time. You know, it's about maximizing savings, right? Means more money for you to save for later, right? I'm always double checking dates on stuff. Yeah, I usually do that, especially for milk. Always try to like check the cartons there and see when their best buy date is, and try to get the one with the latest date. I'm usually more mindful of best buy dates if the food is more perishable. So if I get like a package of cheese or a pack of meat or something, I usually make sure to try to eat everything within the best buy date. And if it comes to like fruits and vegetables, I always just like eat those within a week, because, you know, they're best when fresh anyway, so you probably don't want to keep them around for too long anyway. I foolishly let some fruits spoil, and I always find myself disappointed in myself, because it's like, man, I would have enjoyed that. Why didn't I just eat it, like, you know, right away or very quickly, not too long after? It's something I'm trying to change, right? Just if I get like fruits and vegetables, just eat them within the week, because that's when they're the best. That's when they taste the best. That's when they're most delicious. You always forget something at the back of the fridge. That's what I've been trying to mitigate as well. Like, I try not to prepare too many things at once, so that way I can eat them all within a reasonable amount of time. Thankfully, it's like not too bad since, you know, I'm living by myself, so I don't have to prepare too much food. Usually it's like just enough for the next few days, and then I can eat it over time. Yeah, then it's like, damn, I was gonna have that tomorrow, but yeah, it's like, well, when it starts looking funny, well, not much you can do there except toss it. Yeah, refrigeration is nice, but it can't quite keep food preserved forever. It only keeps it preserved for longer. It's not for everything either. There are certain foods you don't want to refrigerate. There's some that you don't want to refrigerate until you open the container. Oh man, on the subject of food, I read an article that Wendy's apparently is going to try surge pricing. Hey, you know surge pricing? It's like the thing Uber does, where they'll kind of scale the prices of things, right? They'll scale how much a ride costs an area based on how many people need it at the moment. So if like a lot of people need a ride in a certain area, you might see prices like jump to $50 or something like that. Apparently, they want to do something similar with Wendy's fast food. Like, I guess if a lot of people wanted Wendy's food in a particular area, you could see prices balloon. Which, why? There's like very few things that would kind of cause my BS meter to just like completely trip to the maximum, but that was it. The hell? I know, right? Why would they do that? Apart from just like trying to fleece the consumers, there's no reason for them to try something like, at least, you know, so blatantly. Like, yeah, we're just gonna increase prices based on demand because there's no upside to it with the customers. They're not gonna get anything extra for the restaurants making the burgers more expensive. Like, why would they do that at all? I don't get it. Kinda makes me a little glad that I have not eaten at Wendy's in a long time. It's kind of a shame. I know some of their food is alright, but man, that does not incentivize me into wanting to check out their food. Definitely not anymore. I'll just stick with like Popeyes and Burger King. Nobody goes to a fast food place every single day. Yeah, well, now there are some people who do, but still, it's like no tangible benefit. The only reason they do this is because they want more money, as if they don't have enough money already. Like, what the heck? What the actual heck? Yeah. Hopefully it's like one of those things where they realize, hey, this idea sucks, and they kind of stop it, or if it hasn't been implemented yet, they don't implement it because there's no way this will go over well. Oh, wait, I just went to start. Oh, but I start in first anyway. Okay. Well, this doesn't matter then. I mean, this is like coming hot off the heels after McDonald's was criticized for having its like menu prices increased. Like people were kind of already bagging that restaurant for having like a meal cost upwards of $18 in certain areas. So what made Wendy's think that they could get away with a price hike? Like what? Someone thought maybe, oh yeah, we'll use surge pricing. That will totally win them over, right? No. I don't know. Part of me hopes that, like, nothing like Popeyes and Burger King never try any dumb shenanigans, because I like their food and I would hate to have to give it up for one reason or another. Oh wow, just 2 laps.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
Wow. This car brakes pretty nicely too. You saw that giant section of red just quickly turned to yellow, then green. Yeah, those arrows went down right quick. God damn. Been a long time since I had fast food. Trust me, you're not missing much. It's like one of those things where you kind of think, oh hey, I forgot what this taste was like. What was it like? You decide to just order it on a whim. You eat it, and you're like, hey, you know what? That was okay. Maybe not worth. Maybe not worth it. Maybe not worth the price for delivery. Hey, if you're close enough, you can like buy, you can prepare your own, or at least get some decent pre-made meals from like a supermarket. Might as well do that. Probably end up saving you in the long run. Anyways, I think that's like part 2 of the showdown, right? Or is that part 1? Kinda lost track. For me, fast food would be like that option where I just like at a night, if I'm like feeling the absolute laziest and I don't want to do anything, I just want food to come and then for me to just like shove it into my mouth. That's probably when I'll get like fast food delivery. Yeah, get some liver, onions, make some gravy and mashed potato to go with it. Yeah, see, that sounds like a good night right there. For me, it'll be like break out the bread, break out the deli meat, maybe break out a slice of cheese, put them all together. Little mustard and mayo to go with it. Boom, deli sandwich. Oh hey, here we go. That little musical cue to let us know we now have the showdown against Fernando Alonso himself. At least, you know, AI Fernando Alonso. Huh, we're racing him on Sepang International Circuit. 3 laps, full track, so this is going to be a little longer one. Oh, it's not a one-on-one. It's going to be like me, my partner, and Fernando. And of course, he's level 99. Why wouldn't he be level 99? I'm guessing that's the cap in this game. It's level 99.
All right, Sepang. Kristen, give us a little insight about this Grid World Series event.
Nah, I'm not gonna bother with qualifying. We're just getting into it. We're just gonna get into it. Oh, I'm starting third? Alright. That's fine. Ham sandwich with some plain chips on? Yeah! That's my kind of meal right there, sandwich and chips. That's actually what I like to prepare for lunch. And for lazy dinner nights. I've actually been eating salads for the past week because I have an excess amount of salad and tomatoes after making some tacos the week before. It's been a nice change of pace, you know? It's like fresh veggies, fresh-ish veggies, with a little bit of Thousand Island dressing on top. Oh, jeez. Spun out there. Ooh. Gotta take it a little easier. Hush, Kristen, I know what I'm doing.
Understood. I'll ask them to push.
Dang it. Something light. Yeah. Wait, is that push gonna happen since I rewinded the before I requested the push? Yeah, this guy's like right on my tail. Guess it makes sense, since there's only the three of us on this track. Gotta make him...
They're starting to attack.
They've gotta make Fernando a bit of a threat here, I imagine. Oh, okay, is that the starting line? I was wondering where it was. Okay, so it's about a little under 2 minutes per lap, so this race still won't be long. 5 minutes! 5 minutes is all I have to play with you, Alonso! Some prawns would go nice with that salad. Oh, I bet. A lot of things would go well with a salad. Most of the time I like putting grilled chicken on there. To get myself a nice salad with a bit of extra stuff from the other food groups. It's like either that or tuna. My parents like to do like a tuna salad where they would put on tuna and a little bit of lemon juice, and it was a nice mix of flavors there. I enjoyed it. What's your favorite kind of salad? What do you like to put on a salad? Apart from grilled chicken, I kind of like a house-style salad where you have like the lettuce, tomatoes, maybe some radish, a bit of onion, and then throw some like croutons and a little cheese on top of that. Put whatever dressing you want. I usually like to go with something like Thousand Island for that one, but
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
it's like a good quick salad right there. I like salad, prawns with some Marie Rose sauce, chicken Caesar. If I use beef, I like to add red onion for some crunch and tanginess. Oh man, sounds delicious. I like a good chicken Caesar salad as well, actually. Although most of the time I like eat that in wrap form, but it's pretty good as a salad. That's for sure. Then again, I imagine a lot of salads would probably translate themselves pretty well to a wrap. Especially if they got like some sort of meat in there. Prawn pasta salad is nice too. Oh yeah! I like a good pasta salad. I think my preferred type of salad is like Italian dressing style salad, like olives, cucumbers, and then oh yeah, like little tomatoes as well, right? Yeah, mix them all together with like some Italian dressing and nice quick side dish for you to have like at a picnic or a summer party. Or did I say picnic? Well, I'm saying picnic again. Or barbecue, right? At a barbecue. It works out well at a barbecue. Fortunately, my partner Nick White was not able to beat Fernando Alonso, but I was able to stay ahead of this guy. Used a little shell type pasta. Ah! I'll keep that in mind. Prawn pasta salad. Maybe I'll make some of that. I'll try that out. I do enjoy a good pasta dish. Cold or hot. There we go. Bunch of stuff. We're getting all of the Fernando Alonso events done. Yeah, look at that. Look who's behind me. That's right. One of the greatest F1 racers in the world. I've managed to best him. Haha. How you like that? I'm ready to... No, I'm not. I can't even joke about that. You know, I'm like a little disappointed they didn't have anything else here. Like, I don't know. I was expecting like maybe a cutscene, a movie, anything. Nah, this is just like more events. You know, probably tangentially related to Alonso's career, but yeah. Apart from his name showing up as the opponent for the showdown event. Yeah, it wasn't too much to stand out from the other ones. Same, more fanfare, yeah. I don't know. Even if this guy was like super influential to the development of the game, I don't know. They're gonna have a whole track related to Fernando. I felt like they could have done more with it. Yeah, well. It was still fun, right? Still grid at the end of the day, so I had a fun time with it. Surprised I actually was able to get through the rest of these events this night. Only took 4 hours. Yeah. I guess all that's left is now the invitationals. Looks like the majority of these are like 1-round affairs. You got like the occasional 2-round and 3-round events here, but it's probably not something we'll complete in one night, but definitely work our way through them and see where we end up. But yeah, alright. Got ourselves one track done, so that's probably an accomplishment in of itself. So yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. Yeah, thanks to everyone who stopped by, hung around and chatted, or even if you lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'll be back on Friday, where I will start Shadow Tactics, Blades of the Shogun, Aiko's Choice. Yep, we're just gonna get right into it, right? Finish Shadow Tactics, and while Shadow Tactics is still on my brain, might as well go through Aiko's Choice. From what I've seen, it's like a lot shorter game, so I'll probably get through that in a good amount of time. Guess depends on how long the big missions take. So yeah, hope you look forward to that. Have a good night. Yes, you have yourself a good day, Molecular Shadow Fox. Thanks for hanging out, as always. All right, let's look for someone to raid, but I guess first I should put up some music. And since I have Remnant 2 on the brain, I think I'm just gonna put up a Remnant 2 track. We've listened to the Grid 2 menu theme like bazillion times now. Gonna mix things up. Gonna listen to other game music. Ah, there we go. My favorite track from the Remnant 2 soundtrack. We're gonna play that. It's gonna be a little challenge I have right here, right now. Can I find someone to raid before this track is done? It's 11 minutes long, so I got some time. I got a bit of time here. Oh, I should probably stop raids also. Lest someone raid me. Granted, that has not been an issue. It's like one of those things where it happens once and you become a little wary afterwards. It's like, oh yeah, I should probably halt raids. That way no one raids into me and then things don't get awkward. Okay. Let us check. See who's on. Who can I go visit briefly tonight? Fortnite, I've seen Valorant, I've seen Counter-Strike, Apex Legends, Overwatch 2, like all the usual suspects. Oh, Call of Duty as well. Still a handful of Helldivers 2 streams. Probably a testament to its strength that it's managed to kind of hold people's attention for this long. So many people are raving about it. Really ought to just like jump in, because I know some of my friends are playing it and they probably be thrilled to have a mixed partner coming in with them. We're hitting part 2 of the theme. Means we're about a third of the way through it. That means I got about like 7 minutes left to find someone. Of course the music picks up too. It's like, oh man. Now it's getting serious. Quick, find someone before the music is done. Oh. See, one person is playing Last Epic. Not sure if I mentioned before, but it's like an action RPG that seems to have taken off. Especially in the wake of people who want something that's not Diablo 4 flavored. I guess it's a little understandable. Seems like they've just started too. Yeah, let's see if I can find someone else. Boy, we're getting to like the epic part of the theme. I think that's like around the halfway point. Almost certain I've raided them before, but you know what? Let's give them another raid. See if this one goes through. Where's my control panel? Here it is. All right. And alright, cool. Looks like it's gone through. Saint Polaris is playing Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah, you probably know what that is. The first-person shooter RPG developed by CD Projekt Red. Had pretty dramatic comeback story. First gained resurgence of popularity thanks to the Edge Runners anime, and they got a big old gameplay overhaul that I think was extremely well received and actually kind of fixed a lot of what people didn't like about the old game. I do want to play it someday. One of these days I'll get around to it. After I get around to other games that I say I'm gonna get around to. One of these days. Raid. What should our raid message be? Yeah, this one's easy. I don't know, it's late. I don't feel like trying to think of anything creative. If you're joining on the raid, give them F1 Champs Raid. If not, have a good rest of your week. I'll see you on Friday for Shadow Tactics, Blades of the Shogun, Aiko's Choice. Take care. Boy, that really is a mouthful, isn't it? Shadow Tactics, Blades of the Shogun, Aiko's Choice. I'll probably just like shorten it to Aiko's